We sincerely apologize for that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting this program in earnest now, as I will call on distinguished personalities to this side of the auditorium. The person I will call that will be welcoming others is the director of the Center for Distance Learning of our university himself, Professor Kayode Owade. You sit down there, sir. You'll be welcoming others here. And of course, we have the chairperson of the Board of Center for Distance Learning of our university, Professor Bola Babalola. Now, please, can the ushers be telling the guests where to sit, please? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, then I call on the man whose shoulders are broad enough to take on the challenges of this university, and the Lord has been assisting him to provide solutions to all this. The 12th substantive vice chancellor of this prestigious university is physically present here, Professor Simeon Adebayo Bamire. That is not the way to clap for the Vice Chancellor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we give glory to God for granting us the indulgence to organize and be physically present at this program, that nothing happened for us to cancel it. The next person I want to call is whom the Lord has put in charge of education in this state of ours. He came to this university about 2 weeks ago on the instruction of His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, when the state learned about what happened to our amphitheater. And the Vice Chancellor was on hand to receive him. We came to amphitheater to inspect everything, and from there to the health center, and from there to the teaching hospital. I have here the Honorable Commissioner for Education of Osun State, Honorable Dipo Eluwole. Now please, where are the cameramen? These are what I want you to be taking, not posting pictures. Give us journalistic shots, please. Hear me? Listen, sorry about that. I also have in the house here the Honorable Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of Osun State, Mr. O. Jimmy Bada, ably represented here by Barrister Debo Oladini. Now, please, can we show him where to sit? No, please. Hello, sir. Hello, hello, sir. Hello, sir. Please come here. Barrister Debo Oladini is an alumnus of this prestigious university. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to recognize other principal officers of the university here. We have the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Yomi Daramola. Thank you very much, sir. We have the Provost of the Postgraduate College, Professor Victor Laleye. We have the Dean, Faculty of Technology, who is the Chairman Committee of Audit Deans, Professor Femi Koya. Yes, when we were about to start, somebody came in here, greeted the Vice Chancellor, and moved to sit with one of the elders of the university. This man is a fantastic racer, a good marathon runner, a former dean of the Faculty of Dentistry, a former provost, College of Health Sciences, a former member of Governing Council of our university, and by the grace of God, the 11th substantive Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university. Permit me to officially welcome and introduce to us our born Professor of Restorative Dentistry, Professor Eyitope Ogunbolede. Yeah. Please, you can do more for the Vice Chancellor that handed over to the current Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, sir. And sitting next to him is a man I so much respect. I can assure us that although we're in the rainy season, throughout this program, rain will not fall. Yeah. Anytime he's at a program, I'm so confident and I appreciate him. He's one of the academic elders in this country, highly respected, highly resourceful, highly enterprising, and highly successful. He had been a director of the Center for Distance Learning. He is among those who built on the foundation laid. But because of the solid structure they built there, somebody like the current director is able to build on it. Professor Bode Ashubiojo. If you saw him when he walked in here, you would think we are age mates. Very agile and very articulate. My professor, God bless you, sir. And of course, we have somebody said the Vice Chancellor is bubbling. Why won't he bubble when he has a very good wife? The wife of the Vice Chancellor is physically present to grace this occasion. Dr. Mrs. Bamire. She's beautiful, Abby. And clap again. The Dean Faculty of Science is here. Professor Additional. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say that we shall be doing this introduction in phases. Shall we please stand for the national anthem? Nigeria, we hate our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria is ours, I'm proud to serve the suffering motherland. Clap your hands together for yourselves. You can be seated. Kilode. Mr. Vice Chancellor, with your kind permission, let us stand for great anthem. Thank you very much. Yes, we have here, just like I said that we shall be doing the introduction in phases, permit me to introduce the directors of several distance learnings from different universities who are here. We have Professor Omabowale, directors, Distance Learning, University of Ibadan. Where are you, sir? Please, let's appreciate him. Director, Distance Learning, University of Lagos, Professor R.O. Dauda. Thank you, madam. Please, we can let's give it much louder. And of course, we have the Director, Center for Distance Learning, Covenant University, Dr. Mayowa Agbola. Thank you very much, sir. And of course, I have my brother here, Professor Afolabi, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Please welcome my brother. Professor Ari Ajisafe of Department of Economics. If you are here, please let's put hands together for him. As that was going on, please permit me to recognize, please camera, you won't block my registrar there. Can you shift to this thing? We have the registrar of our great university here, Mr. Kamaldeen Adetunji Bakare. The university boss is here, Mrs. Toyin Abogan. I can see to ensure that we are all secured here, the chairman security committee is there. My brother, my friend, I call him a capitalist. He has all manners of dresses and shoes, and they are to match. I don't know if it is good that you say this is a lecturer in our university, but he did. Professor Rockwell Akinfala, stand for recognition. The only person here, I won't say the other one. Please sit down. Thank you very much, sir. You've been a very good compatriot. Mr. Vice Chancellor, we have other directors, but as I've been given their names, I'll be recognizing and appreciating them. Now, please, may I request that those who know the history of the Center for Distance Learning who've been served there, and you know those who have served before, please let me have their names. Please let us appreciate those who have labored. You know, they say the labor of our heroes past should never be in vain. Apology to the now old national anthem. On this note, to officially welcome all of us here to today's program, I have to call on Professor Kayode. I have a junior colleague, Yemi Adedeji. Thank you very much. The two of us will co-anchor this program together. Is that how you clap for Director Center for Distance Learning?
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, in person of Mr. Honorable Commissioner for Education, in person of Mr. Elu Wole, the Honorable Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice, Osun State, represented by Mr. Debo Oladini, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, who is also the Chairman of Board, Center for Distance Learning, in person of Professor Mrs. M.O. Babalola, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Daramola, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Professor A.I. Akinyemi, the Registrar of the University, Mr. K.A. Bakari, the Librarian, Dr. O.A. Fadeon, the Bossa of the University, Mrs. O.I. Abogan, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocol. It is my great pleasure and excitement that I welcome you all to the long-awaiting Open and Distance Learning Summit hosted by the Obafemi Awolowo University Center for Distance Learning. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey towards enhancing the efficacy and reach of Obafemi Awolowo University Open and Distance Learning programs. For years, our university has been at the forefront of innovative education, striving to break barriers and expand access to quality learning experience. The landscape of education is rapidly evolving, and as a champion of a lifelong education, it is our responsibility to adapt and lead the way forward. This summit represents a unique opportunity for us to come together, share insights, chart a new course for our open and distant learning initiatives. With participants from diverse backgrounds and expertise, I am confident that our discussion will be rich, insightful, and transformative. As we embark on this journey, let us remember the importance of collaboration, creativity, and inclusivity. Let us exchange assumptions and exploit new methodologies, harnessing the power of technology to create learning experiences that are accessible, engaging, and impactful. I extend my deepest gratitude to all delegates, and I will start with our Vice Chancellor. I want to Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire for his leadership role that he has been taking. He has been leading us in this area. We want to appreciate you and for all your efforts in making sure that things go the way it should be. Also, I would like to thank the DVC academic, who is also the chairman of our board, Professor Mrs. M.O. Babalola, the DVC administration, Professor O.M.A. Daramola, the DVC research and innovation, Professor A.I. Akinyemi, the registrar of the university, the librarian, the bursar, members of the governing Center for Distant Learning Governing Board, the provost of colleges of our colleges, deans of faculties, our past directors, that is, directors of Center for Distant Learning. We thank you for all your contribution that you have labored, and that is why we are here today, to celebrate and to thank God for your life. Directors of institutes in our universities, head of departments, lecturers, and all administrative staffs present. I want to also commend all the management committee of the Center for Distance Learning, this Odl Summit committee, and its subcommittee for their work towards putting together this summit. I also most sincerely wish to appreciate our invited speaker and panel of discussants who will be introduced at the appropriate time in the course of this program. Your dedications and passion for education inspire us all. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Together, let us use this opportunity to shape the future of ODL, that is open and distance learning at Obafemi Awolowo University and beyond. I wish you all productive and inspiring summit. Thank you and God bless.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Now, permit me to appreciate the past directors of the center. We have places I'm calling their name, just let's, whether they are here or not, just let's appreciate them. Professor Patrick Oladipo, I know. Professor Ebenezer Babato Kweshonaya. Professor Francis Olabode Ashubiojo. Professor Mike Adeyeye. Professor Ezekiah Olaniyi. Professor Shola Akoni. Let's put hands together much louder for all of them. And somebody was about to give me the list of some of the directors there. We recognize Engineer Kami Adewara. Please, let's appreciate him. And we recognize our father from the Department of Chemistry, Adeyemi Oyeyemi. Oyeyemi, Daddy. Oluyemi, okay. Please, let's appreciate him, please. And okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor Biziriyu in the house, member of the board. Professor Oluyemi, please let's appreciate him again. Engineer Kamia Dewara, you're welcome, sir. Professor Koya Femi, the past Deputy Director, Professor Rotimi Adagunodo. Yes, I want to call on the Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Adebayo Simoni Bamire. Oh, sorry, the chairman of the board first, Professor Bola Babalola, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. Is the chairperson Center for Distance Learning. Then before then, I now call on the Vice Chancellor. I apologize for that.
The Vice Chancellor, sir, please permit me to recognize again and appreciate the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Mr. Oluwole. Thanks for coming, sir. And the Honorable Commissioner for Justice, ably represented by Mr. Oladini. Thanks for honoring our invitation. We appreciate you. Permit me also to recognize the immediate past Vice Chancellor of our great institution, Professor Eyitokpe Ogungbeiro Ogunbodede. All the principal officers and the board members of CDO, all professors that are here, all HODs, all directors, great IFE students. You are all welcome. With great honor and profound enthusiasm, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for this inaugural Open and Distance Learning Summit of Obafemi Awolowo University. This momentous occasion has been long awaited, it's been long overdue, and its significance cannot be overstated. As we stand at this precipice of a new era in education, it is incumbent upon us to reflect deeply on our journey thus far and to confront the stark reality that despite being among the pioneering universities approved by the NUC for undergraduate open and distance learning programs, Obafemi Awolowo University is yet to fully realize its potential in this domain. While our peers have forged ahead with vigor, offering a multitude of programs and enrolling thousands of students, we find ourselves trailing behind, grappling with a fraction of the enrollment and a limited portfolio of programs. This disconcerting reality demands our immediate attention, prompting a period of introspection, analysis, and strategic recalibration. Thank God we have the directors of a CD Hall in Unilag, Covenant University, University of Ibadan, and some others. Thanks for coming, madam. And sirs, we appreciate you. We know that in no long time we are going to overtake you and you will not be jealous of us. Can we say amen to that? Consequently, the significance of this summit cannot be overemphasized. It serves as a crucible for transformative discourse, a crucible in which we shall interrogate our practices, challenge our assumptions, and forge a path forward guided by innovation, excellence, and unwavering commitment. Yes, we are going to adopt innovation to achieve our aim that CDL of OAU will be number one, starting from Nigeria, before we go beyond the shores of Nigeria. And you know, our university is the best university in High City because we have a center of excellence in software engineering. And what we have, we are going to adopt henceforth. Through the convergence of minds, the exchange of ideas, and the synthesis of perspectives, we envision a renaissance in open and distance learning at Obafemi Awolowo University. It is our fervent belief that the insights gleaned and the resolutions forged during this summit will not only invigorate our university, but also serve to reverberate it throughout the broader landscape of education. Together, let us illuminate the path ahead, embarking upon a journey of revitalization and renewal. Let us harness the power of collaboration. We need to work together. That is why we have invited all stakeholders in the university and outside the university. We have our HODs there, we have our directors, we have our deans, we have even our students here. So all stakeholders have been invited so that we can collaborate using the power of collaboration, innovation, and collective resolution to propel Obafemi Awolowo University Center for Excellence, Center for Distance Learning, to unprecedented heights of distinction and impact. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of us here for your presence, for your passion, and your unwavering commitment to the noble cause of education. It is our earnest desire that this summit will be an harbinger of profound transformation with enduring legacy. May our deliberations today be fruitful. I want you to be saying amen, please. May our deliberations today be fruitful. May all our endeavors today be inspired and our collective vision be realized. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Yes, thank you very much, ma. Please, let's appreciate the DVC Akat once again. When she was delivering her speech and saying some prayers, the director from University of Ibadan and some other centers did not say amen to that. I was wondering which type of prayer is this? But I think all prayers should be answered and say amen. Shall we say amen to that, please? Mr. Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire. I want to thank you for clapping for me. Let me see the way you appreciate the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much. Let me appreciate God first for this great occasion. It's the first since the inception of the CDL, Center for Distance Learning. And this appears to be something so great to me. I want to thank God for giving the initiators this sort of a thought. And also thank God for all those people that sat to ensure that this is made possible today. Thank you very much. The Honorable Commissioner for Education, Osun State, our own Mr. Eluwole. Honorable. You are highly appreciated. Thank you very much. You know why I'm appreciating him this way? He did a lot of things. We had an issue with respect to an aspect of amphitheater that just gave off. And he came all the way from Oshogbo there, sent by the governor. He came twice just to ensure that the students are encouraged towards quick recovery. And the governor also sent his wife to OAU in this regard. Honorable Commissioner, thank you very much. Regards to dear governor, help us thank him and thank the wife as well again for all that you were able to do. This actually inspired the students and encouraged them towards quick recovery. We are happy they are all living fine now. Thank God for that. Mr. O.G. Mibada, Attorney General, Honorable Commissioner for Justice, Osun State, represented by Mr. Debo Olajini. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks for your time. Thanks for being there for us at all times. Now let me recognize our principal officers. When we say principal, I think that word should actually be underlined and boldened. They are really doing the work. And I want to thank God for each and every one of them. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor M.O. Babalola, who doubles as the chairperson of the governing board of CDL. Thank you very much for the coordination efforts. Professor O.M.A. Daramola, a musician. Thank you very much. That's the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. Don't let me talk too much, so I don't want you to sing for now. Very much. The University Librarian, Dr. Mrs. Fadeon. Okay, she's there. Okay, thank you. Oh, represented. Thank you very much. I know she's busy somewhere. That's why I was like cautious. Okay, then the University Bossa, our own Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Bogan. We appreciate you. I want to recognize the immediate past Vice Chancellor of this great institution. Oga, thank you for being there for us at all times. That's Professor Eyitokpe Ogungbeinro Ogunbodede. We appreciate you for all you've done. We thank you for what you are still doing. And we'll continue to appreciate you for what we are yet to do. Because you are always with us. And, I'm the type of person, I don't like leaving those people that have actually tasted the grounds, one way or the other. But it now depends on those sets of people heeding the call. This is one of those people that are actually heeding the calls. At any point in time where you call on him, he's ready. He will even come to the lodge to guide, to advise. Oga, thank you very much. You will live long, in good health too. Thank you very much for all you've been doing. I also want to recognize very close to him there, a former director of that Center for Distance Learning, and actually a respectable member of this institution, an emeritus professor as well. We appreciate God in your life. Thank you very much for all you've done, particularly at the center. And I know some of the things that you did at the time are being ruminated upon, and we are trying to develop more of such thoughts in order to improve that place. Thank you very much, Professor Ashubiojo. I want to recognize the provost of the College of Health Sciences, the provost of Postgraduate College. Thank you very much. Well, I think I should just take everything up and say, members of the governing board of CDL, you are really doing a lot. Thank you very, very much. And in this wise, Professor Oluyemi, thank you very much. I like the way your cap is placed. It fits in very well. And you are looking so good. You continue to look good. Thank you very much for this. The chairman committee of deans, the dean of technology, who is wearing 13 caps. Thank you very much. Professor Koya, thanks for all you've been doing. You see technology permeating through the entire facets of the university setting. These are the people there, the technologies. They are doing wonderful things. We appreciate you. I could recognize the Dean Student Affairs. Thank you very much for all you've been doing. You already know what the tax involves, and you are doing it very well. Thanks that we don't have cause to say that something nasty happened to those people who were taken care of. We appreciate God for that again. All directors here present, I want to sincerely appreciate you and thank you for all you've been doing in your various units in order to move this university forward. Heads of departments, all professors here present, please permit me to just appreciate my wife as well, Dr. Mrs. Bamire. Thank you very much. And the chairman of our security committee, Professor Akinfala. Thank you very, very much. I also want to recognize all students here present. Great Ife students. Great Ife students. Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be able to guide you as expected. And your receptive notes on this. I also want to recognize the students of OAUIS, International School. I understand they are around. Oh, okay, representatives, great. They are welcome. And the principal, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all recognized. I want to appreciate you. I also want to recognize specially the directors from various universities here present. The directors of the CDL. I could recognize out of Covenant, Unilag, UI. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate you for finding time to be part of us today. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe I should just keep that down for now. As I recognize every one of you for coming. Let me start my brief remarks by saying that the need and call to rejuvenate and reinvigorate open and distance learning at Obafemi University, Ile-Ife, has lingered for long. So this summit is actually to bring this thought up. Where are we? Over the years, we've had wonderful people administer the Center for Distance Learning. They've done wonderful things in there. But there's need for us to check ourselves, evaluate ourselves, and check where we are and how far we've gone, and see what steps do we now need to take to move forward. So, this summit is to evaluate the status of OAU CDL in an attempt to know how well we have been progressing over the years and where we are for now. First, I want to really use this opportunity again to appreciate the works that the director for the Center for Distance Learning, and the deputy director, as well of all staff, as well as all staff and instructors of the Center for Distance Learning. They've been doing well. They are still doing well, and I know they will continue to do well. We appreciate your leadership style. We appreciate the DVC academic under which the CDL is being coordinated. It is also important to appreciate the good works of those that have led the center over the years. And I know that they will always be happy when they see that we are making progress at every point in time. However, the concerted efforts of successive administration to diagnose the issues and prescribe remedies, the pace of growth has been frustratingly slow. They've been trying. Definitely we know that there's no foolproof system, but at least when you are trying to solve some problems, you want to see that the outcomes are somewhat drastic and that it will have a lot of impact that many will see. There are different challenges limiting the expected growth of the center, and we need to note this. And these are some of the things we want to deliberate on at this summit. One of the foremost obstacles that identified is the persistent skepticism towards ODL among some members within the system. Despite the undeniable success stories of ODL economics, HOD economics and the faculty, thank you very much. ODL accounting, same thing. ODL nursing science programs. There's this persistent bias on ODL programs as being inferior alternatives to the traditional face-to-face learning platform. And I think there's need to change that. Actually, COVID had brought in something new. And this new thing is what we should try to embrace. And forget about those past thoughts that this face-to-face thing is the best and only best way. Hybrids are being kept for now. And with the thought that at the end of it, we are going to translate into the virtual with a larger percentage than even the face-to-face. Linked to this challenge is the alarming tendency of some instructors to relegate their responsibilities within ODL programs to a secondary status compared to their face-to-face lecture commitments. This neglect manifests in delayed grading and result processing, resulting in a disheartening experience for our students and casting a shadow over the reputation of our ODL offerings and even the university at large. See, one of the things students will always want to see is that they are in school, they've been committed to doing continuous assessments, exams, different forms. The next thing is they want to see their results, and on time too. They want the results processed on time, because these results serve as the basis for them to move forward. Purposes of admission in some other places, or even within our own system, and even for job, wherever they need it. So if they do not get this thing on time, it creates a sort of problem. They become depressed and find it difficult to understand why they are not being given their results on time. So these are some of the things that we have to really discuss in this summit to see how best we could address this for us to move forward. A further order lies in the reluctance of academic departments to champion proposals for ODL versions of their NUC accredited programs that are to be processed for Senate approval. And in fact, this limits the reach of our educational offerings, and it should be addressed. We will implore all academic departments to look through this and ensure that we are able to address them accordingly. To confront these challenges head-on, the Senate Council of the University, working on granting the OAU Center for Distance Learning a faculty status. I think that had been granted. Yes. And in no time, it's of the belief that we'll be able to implement this to the letter. And that will give a little bit of autonomy to the center. Well, it is against this backdrop that this ODL Summit is convened to address these salient challenges. The aim is not merely to gather around together here, although it's also part of it, but to confront these challenges squarely and be able to find solutions to them. This sort of gathering also provides the platform for networking, provides the platform for us to be able to relate together, see what is happening in other climes. Particularly that we have seasoned resource persons that will be speaking to us. The speaker, the keynote speaker, I think I saw her. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for being there from Bowen. You are welcome once again. Back up. Yeah, thank you very much. We must grapple with the critical issues confronting the effective delivery of open and distance education in our university. This summit serves as a crucible Thank you. Professor Odedina is also here. Engineer Odedina. Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome. Thanks a lot for finding time to be here. This summit serves as a crucible for stakeholders to gain insights from global best practices through our resourceful speakers and to illuminate the path forward for the rapid progress of ODL at Obafemi University. This cannot be done alone. Director alone cannot do it. It has to be a collective effort. So let us collectively acknowledge and embody the truth that ODL is not just the future of tertiary education, but a cornerstone of education itself. Let us pledge to infuse our ODL programs with the hallmark of excellence that defines OAU, both in breadth and depth. With the distinguished minds gathered here today, drawn from within and outside, I do not have any doubt that ODL at OAU will undergo a profound transformation. We have a better tomorrow for ODL. And with the prayers of the chairperson of the governing board of ODL, I stand on those prayers and pray that by God's grace, we'll continue to move forward there, overtaking those people that have been leading us before now. Unilag, don't worry, we are working together. After all, we gave you the VC. Don't worry, we are working together. So, the VCs, thank you very much, sir. We have about 6 VCs outside there, working just to promote the various institutions and then to promote the image of the university. Congratulate us now, madam. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your presence here today, because I know we are all very busy. We have our own programs, but you took this as a very, very important program, and so you are here. We appreciate you for this. So let us embrace the rally round ourselves in ensuring that the outcry for improving OAU CDL becomes realistic in terms of the success stories that we'll be telling after today. You are all welcome and wish you all the best as you contribute to this important summit. Remain blessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, I would like to call to the table here the guest speakers for today. The selection of these two important, renowned Nigerian academics is to underscore the importance we attach to education in Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. These ones have been carefully selected, and they have graciously consented to come in here. And flesh and blood, they are here. Permit me to call on the director. Yeah, sorry about that. We are trying to adjust the old national anthem. I would like to call on the director, Nigerian Open University, Engineer Kayode Odedino. Please, let's appreciate him. Ushers, please, can you lead him here? And of course, I would also like to call on a distinguished scholar, a personality of renown, the director, distance learning of the Babcock University, Elisha Remo, Ogun State, Professor Mobolanle Ebunoluwa Sotunsa. Before I call on the Honorable Commissioner for Education for her good message, permit me at this junction to just appreciate responsible husbands here. When Mommy was coming, that is the Director, Center for Distance Learning of Babcock University, Professor Mobolanle Ebunoluwa Sotunsa. You see, just to acknowledge that some men are responsible. The husband decided to follow her. Daddy, where are you? We can do much better for him. Daddy, please come. Come. Now, come and sit near my Professor Ogumbo Daddy here. Very handsome man. No wonder. The wife sat in front and he's sitting at the back. You know that. At the back of every successful woman, there must be a woman. There must be a man. Thank you very much. Please, I have the instructions from the organizer of this program that the principal, please, those of us sitting there, please, let's stand up with due respect. I've been told that the principal officers of the university should be here. Yes, at this site for some reasons. My sister, please come. Yes, the deans should please follow. Dean, Faculty of Arts, Dean, Faculty of Education, Dean, Faculty of Administration, Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Dean Faculty of Science, Dean Faculty of EDM, Dean Faculty of Pharmacy, Dean Faculty of Law, Faculty of Law, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences here, the Provost, College of Health Sciences, Provost, sir, Chairman Committee of Deans, the Provost, Postgraduate College, the Provost, College of Health Sciences here. Yes, I've just been informed now that all the heads of department in this hall should please move to the next seat. All the heads of department, please. All HODs, the next row there. And the members of the CDL governing board, please move to that side. Member, governing board of Center for Distance Learning of our university. Please move to that side. Please, after the dean, the directors, then the heads of department. After the deans, after the principal officers, the provost, the deans, the directors, the heads of department. Thank you very much. I would like to then I call on the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Osun State here, Honorable Dipo Eluwole.
Great Ife. Great Ife. Articulate Ife. Good morning, all. Before I start, it's unfortunate that the PRO, my friend, my brother, Mr. Abiodun Olanrewaju, failed to introduce me well. That is why people are looking at me as a stranger here. I'm part of you. I'm happy to inform you that I was baked in this standard of learning. I'm one of the alumni of this school. More so, when the Vice Chancellor was giving an address here, he made mention of the incident that happened some time ago. And I want to revisit my speech that time, that I'm still expecting the bill of the hospital. The government of Osun is going to foot the bill. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. The wife of the Vice Chancellor, Baba Ogunbodede. The DVC academics, DVC administration, Please, because of time, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It is my pleasure to be here today at this edition of the first edition of the Open Distance Learning Summit of this prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife. Open and distance learning is a revolution in education, bringing a paradigm shift from the old and traditional way of learning to the new method brought by advanced technology. This new development has broken the barrier of classroom-based learning, enabling millions of people worldwide to study from the comfort of their homes, to the extent that educators and professionals are claiming that revolution is underway. Open and distant learning has taken educational system to where it has not been before, reaching the unreachables and including the excluded. It has provided equal access to quality education for all who are willing to explore the available opportunity. But at this juncture, I want to say, sir, that there are some merit and there's dismerit. I know Obafemi Awolowo University as a center of excellence. Please, let that excellence portray, exhibit it in the delivery of this innovation. I have had experience recently during the ongoing recruitment exercise we are doing. Those that have having this distant learning or whatever certificate, they are less in knowledge than those that attended the normal class. They are half-baked. Many of them are half-baked. But I know OAU, you will put everything in place to make sure it is excellent. With ODL, all barriers, hindrances, obstacles, constraints, restraints, and challenges to learning are almost removed. Students can now learn at their own space, anytime, anywhere. The flexibility is unparalleled. The convenience unmatched. Increasingly, students are offered an individualized and adaptive form of education that can be accessed easily. The new generation of students are also digital native, and hence making them to embrace ODL effectively. Open and distant learning is a necessary and powerful tool for social mobility, economic empowerment, and human development. It is a problem-solving scheme for community taken over by conflict, poverty, and inequalities. However, we must acknowledge the challenges of ODL, which are: 1, quality assurance; 2, support services; and digital divide. But these challenges should not be allowed to hold us back. We need to innovate, adapt, and push forward. Therefore, let us embrace ODL with passion and purpose. Let us harness its power to create a better, just, and prosperous world, with a view to making education a fundamental right and not a privilege. With ODL, we can make a difference. We can also change the world. At this point, let me recognize the activities of this great Institute of Learning in bringing quality education to the doorstep of students through the ODL centers across the nation. One can only pray for more power to your elbow to continue the good work which you have started until the goal and objective of the education for all is achieved. Thank you. God bless.
The Honorable Commissioner, thank you very much, sir. Please let's appreciate him again with much louder round of applause. Thank you very much. So I apologize for that inadequate introduction of your good self, sir. I have since adjusted. Yes, because of time, I would also like to call on the Attorney General. Now, please, for the students and directors of protocols here, I'm aware of what we should do. It must be from the lowest to the highest. But the Honorable Commissioner will be traveling. Camera. Jesus Christ. On that note, I call on the representative of the Attorney General and Honorable Commissioner for Justice, Osun State here, to please come forward for the golden message.
The chief host of today's landmark Open and Distance Learning Median Summit, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, the Cerebral Vice Chancellor of Africa's most beautiful campus and first-class ivory tower of learning, Obafemi Awolowo University, Oba our universities. Kindly permit me to stand on all existing protocols. I bring you good tidings from the Osun State government, led by the cosmopolitan, forward-thinking, and humane and people-centric governor of Osun State, Senator Dr. Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke. Standing before this August gathering of eggheads and administrators par excellence from different ivory towers of learning, I'm privileged to deliver another goodwill message at a median event in this magnificent Oduduwa Hall within a space of 56 days on behalf of the highly cerebral Honorable Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Osun State, Honorable Wole Jimmy Bada, a proud alumnus of this ivory tower of learning. I myself, a noble alumnus of this citadel of learning, I do not take this rare privilege for granted. The theme of the summit. The theme of this median 2024 Open and Distance Learning Summit is Open and Distance Learning, Paradigm Shift in the Delivery of Education. And I would like to commend the management of Obafemi Awolowo University Center for Distance Learning for organizing this summit, which is the first of its kind in the annals of the history of the center since its establishment in 2002 by the Governing Council of OAU, with the sole responsibility of facilitating the development and coordinating the delivery of degree and sub-degree programs by open and distance learning mode through the use of modern information and communication technologies. At this juncture, I seek the kind indulgence of this august audience to commend the center for consistently keeping the flag flying by maintaining a tradition of excellence in its degree and sub-degree programs over the years. Recently, specifically in February 2024, the national dailies and social media space were awash with the heartwarming news of the academic exploits of OU students in the JUPEB 2023 national examinations. The said students emerged best in 5 out of 10 subjects taught and tested in the JUPEB A-level program, namely chemistry, literature in English, biology, government, and Christian religious knowledge. In addition, OAU JUPEB emerged second best in biology, mathematics, literature in English, and third best in economics. This is no mean feat, And I would like to commend the center led by Professor O.K. Owade, the director, and other members of staff, both academic and non-academic, for doing great exploits over the years by ensuring the consistent academic excellence of students produced by the center. Choice of speakers and a brief overview of the team. I would like to commend the convener of today's epoch-making event, Professor O.K. Owade, for the choice of the two intellectually savvy guest speakers, Professor Sotunsa and Engineer Odedino, saddled with the responsibility of speaking on topics related to the theme of the summit, open and distance learning, paradigm shift in the delivery of education. Professor Sotunsa is a professor of gender studies and African oral literature and the director of Babcock University Center for Open Distance and E-Learning, and was earlier in the year inducted by the National Academy of Letters as a member of the body in recognition of her contributions to knowledge in the areas of oral literature, culture, gender studies, and academic mentoring. While Engineer Kayode Odedino is a seasoned engineer, educationist, administrator, scientist, quality assurance practitioner, and ICT expert with many years of practical experience. However, I most humbly seek the indulgence of this distinguished audience to have a bite at the cherry by speaking briefly about the theme of this topic. I promise to be brief and would not be asking for a second bite at the cherry, unlike Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, who asked for a second helping after he was served his portion of gruel. There is no gainsaying the fact that the acquisition of knowledge for educational purposes via the instrumentality of ODL concept has indeed made the world a global village educationally, doing away with the traditional classroom setting with its rigid structure and physical restrictions, thereby making knowledge more accessible and fostering a more learner-centered, flexible approach. As gleaned from the website of UNESCO Center for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, open distance learning is the provision of distance education opportunities in ways that seek to mitigate or remove barriers to access, such as finances, prior learning, age, social, work, or family commitments, disability, incarceration, or other such barriers. Open refers to a commitment that removes any unnecessary barriers to access learning. Distance education refers to teaching and learning that temporarily separates teachers and learners in time and or place, use multiple media for delivery of instruction, involves two-way communication, and possibly occasional face-to-face meeting for tutorials and learner-to-learner interaction. Open learning is not the same as distance learning, but both are complementary, and hence the two terms are often used together as open and distant learning. However, I must harp on the fact that ODL is not a replacement for traditional classroom learning, but rather a complementary approach. The future of education lies in adopting a blended learning model that leverages the strengths of both traditional and online learning models. This hybrid approach can provide students with a more personalized and enriching learning experience. Number 4, leveraging artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has the potential to revolutionize learning through personal education, efficient administrative operations, and innovative scenario-based learning experiences. As technology continues to evolve and educational institutions adapt to these changes, ODL is poised to play an even greater role in shaping the future of learning. Integrating AI into higher education offers a promising pathway to enhance educational delivery, operational efficiency, and student preparedness for the outside world. I want to implore the center to leverage not just on AI-related technology, but also introduce AI-related courses to students. I am aware of the fact that in August 2023, OAU was one of the 5 Nigerian universities, as part of 8 universities across the world, that was awarded a grant to start a master's degree program in artificial intelligence, aimed at integrating artificial capabilities into embedded systems to enhance skill set for modeling, design, and analysis for engineers. The program has the capability to strengthen the Nigerian higher education training curriculum with state-of-the-art European standard technology and is expected to last for 36 months. The other 4 Nigerian universities selected by the European Union are Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, University of Port Harcourt, University of Abuja, and Michael Okpara University, Abia State. Also, at this juncture, distinguished Vice Chancellor, permit me to actually, like Oliver Twist, ask for more growth by most humbly requesting that my constituency, the Faculty of Law, is allowed to introduce artificial intelligence law into its curriculum due to the impact of artificial intelligence on the legal education profession globally. The impact of AI on legal education cannot be overemphasized due to the fast-paced technological advancement. Here, 2 minutes. In a lecture delivered on 7th March 2024 at the University of Ibadan, a highly cerebral legal potentate and senior advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Abiodun Adediran Olatunji SAN, harped on the global trends of universities introducing AI, artificial intelligence law into their curricula due to technological advancement in AI when equipped does. In conclusion, on behalf of the Osun State government, I wish you all a successful summit, sincerely hoping that the solutions to the issues deliberated upon are implemented timelessly. Thank you very much. My name is Debo Oladini, the Senior Legal Advisor to the Honorable Attorney General Commissioner for Justice of Osun State. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, I can assure you that lawyers don't talk much. I want to appreciate you for that, my brother. Thank you very much. Because of time, permit me to call on the president, the foundation president, National Association of Artificial Intelligence Practitioners, foundation president. He's here seated. The National Association of Artificial Intelligence Practitioners, Professor Eyitokpe Ogunbodede, the immediate past Vice Chancellor of our prestigious university. My brother, hello, Commissioner, you've just spoken about artificial intelligence. Tell the Honorable Commissioner that the foundation president is here. So if you need anything, see him.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the Vice Chancellor of this great institution. And the other time when he was introducing me, he actually used my middle name, which I always suppress. So he decided to use it. So I'm going to also, recognize him by his full name. So Professor Adebayo Simeon Sunday Bamire. And also his amiable wife, Dr. Mrs. Bosede Bamire. So you can see that both of them are Sunday and Bosede. So with that one, I'm sure you will never forget. Other principal officers of the university that are here present, the DVC ACAD, Professor Mrs. Olubola Mujidat Babalola, because he also mentioned my middle name. So I will also mention our own. So you must remember the Mujidat. And other members of the board of CDL, including the current director of CDL, Professor Owade, the provost, deans, and HODs that are here present. So please permit me, I will not be able to mention all the names because of time. All past directors of CDL using Emeritus Professor Ashubi Ojo as the point of contact. Our guest lecturers, Engineer Dr. Kayode Odedino and Professor Mobolanle Shotunsa, and our amiable spouse, who happened to be my colleague and the provost of the College of Medicine at Babcock University. So you're very much welcome, sir. Let me specially recognize Honorable S.O. Iluwole, even though he had left, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, so who is also a great Ife. And also Honorable O. Jimmy Bada, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, ably represented here by Barrister Oladini, who is also a great alumnus of our university. The chair of our security committee, Professor Akifala, I recognize you. LOC, led by Professor Tayo Bada, all members of the LOC, directors of distance learning from other universities, we thank you very much. Without you, we can't exist in isolation. So we are really very happy, and we know how difficult it is to travel, in Nigeria now, but you still made it here. So we recognize all of you. Those that are joining us online, we also recognize all of you. Our Great Ife students. Great Ife students. So you are always great, and you continue to be great. Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what I want to underline here is that we must never despise, the humble beginnings. When I look at the Center for Distance Learning, it's always amazing to me, because I remember the very day that the matter was being discussed in Senate, whether we should have a Center for Distance Learning or not. The debate was almost on the other side, because a number of people rose up to say, why do you want to have a glorified secondary school? Why do you want to have a program where the teachers will not be there physically and things like that? That OAU will not want that kind of thing. But I'm glad that at the end of the day, sanity prevailed, and then Senate passed a resolution that we should have a Center for Distance Learning. But we must never forget that beginning, because that day would have made or mar the issue of having a Center for Distance Learning at all. But whoever had visited the Center for Distance Learning today, we know that that Center for Distance Learning in Moro, even the physical structure that you see there, not to talk of the non-physical. So it's actually more than many of the universities that we have in Nigeria today. So here in OAU, we refer to the Center for Distance Learning as the University of Moro. And the director of our Center for Distance Learning is VC2. So that is what that place has become. But over 20 years ago, nobody knew that that was going to happen. And that takes me to another point that I want to raise here. And that has to do with the future of education. So now this week, there was an announcement of a school without teachers in Texas. So that has started already. You already have a school where there is no teacher. The teacher is artificial intelligence. All the students are taught by AI. So, and that is already existing. Before COVID-19, everybody thought that it was going to be impossible for you to sit in Nigeria and be having a meeting in US and be looking at yourselves, So now you know that anywhere in the world you can have a meeting with people coming from all over the world. So with Zoom, with Meet, and so many other things now, that is all possible now. And you can have your teachers from anywhere in the world. So you don't need to have a teacher standing with you physically now before you can be taught. So before now, the issue of degrees by distance learning was not very acceptable to people. But today now we know that that is the future. And in fact, the way we are going is most like, that's why I'm very happy with the presentation by Barrister Oladini. So looking at AI in law, in so many other things, because most of the time, the arts and the humanities are always the last to embrace technology. But I'm glad that law is the first to embrace this technology now, the way the thing is going. So that is where we are going. So the Center for Distance Learning, I will not be surprised if the Center for Distance Learning will almost take over, the issue of running the entire university in terms of delivery in the few years to come. Now, in the medical profession, there is already a kind of closeness to achieving total head transplant. In any case, what is happening is that you will have a young person, and then you will transplant an old person's head, everything from neck upwards, to that young person's body, so that the person will live longer. So, and that is already being done. The Brain Bridge program is already getting to completion. So that instrument to be able to do that has already been designed. So that's where we are going. And we are also very much aware that there is what we call the neural link, where a chip was inserted into somebody's brain, and whatever that person thinks will be transmitted without raising anything. So when he thinks of something, that thing will be done. So if you want to move the cursor, or you want to move something on the computer and everything, we just need to think about it and it will be done. And it was very successful, even though there were some minor complications, because at the end of the day, the neural links started getting loose and everything. But at the initial point, it was very, very successful. And so a second candidate is already waiting, to have that done. So that is where we are. So with this, we are very sure that the future, the very future of education is in open and distance learning. There's no doubt about that. So how prepared are we for that? So I'm saying that we are glad in OAU that we have a vice chancellor. He had called me several times to say, this National Association of Artificial Intelligence Practitioners, that you are now the foundation president. How is OAU going to benefit from that? I said, charity must begin from home. So whatever is going to happen, OAU is definitely going to benefit from that one. And it was a well-contested kind of thing. In fact, you can't believe it. Virtually all the officers are former vice chancellors, former deputy vice chancellors, and the rest of it. And the position of Assistant Secretary General was contested by 14 professors. That is to tell you how serious the matter was, because now people already know what it is. So I'm glad that our VC is very much interested in ODL and in artificial intelligence. So, and my election as the foundation president of the National Association of Artificial Intelligence Practitioners of Nigeria is not only going to be beneficial to OAU, it's also going to be beneficial to the open and distance learning programs in the country. And thank you. So, and I want to assure you that there is full support of the National Universities Commission, the NUC. There is full support of the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building in Higher Education. There is full support from TED Fund. So all of them are involved in this. So it is not just Ogunbodede standing in front of you. So all of them are involved in this, and we are committed to it. So I want to assure our Attorney General and the Commissioner for Justice that what you are trying to do is something that should be done, and that we are with you. So I'll be linking up with you to see how we can actually start that. So if law is very much ready for that, NUC is ready, all the others are ready in order to be able to promote artificial intelligence in our universities and to also strengthen open and distance learning programs. So on that note, I want to thank you very much, and I want to say that what we are doing here today is something that will go down in history as a turning point, in the ODL land space in Nigeria. And I want to once again congratulate the board and congratulate our Vice Chancellor. This is the very first one. So for this innovation, and there's so many other things that he has been able to do in his very short time as Vice Chancellor of this university. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, with the kind permission of the Vice Chancellor, I will be asking people to please stick to the maximum of 3 minutes because of our time. Then I want to call on the Dean Faculty of Education, Professor Theodora Bello, to please come forward. 3 minutes maximum.
All protocols duly observed. It's an honor to extend my goodwill message to this Open and Distance Learning Summit. I congratulate my brother, and my colleague. We started together in the Department of Physics. Professor O.K. Owade. Congratulations, sir. And all the members of the Open and Distance Learning Unit. Today we gather to celebrate the transformative power of education and its ability to bridge gaps and opportunities. Open and distance learning has revolutionized the way we acquire knowledge, making education accessible to all, regardless of location or circumstance. As we share insights and innovations, let us continue to push the boundaries of what is possible and ensure that learning remains a lifelong journey for everyone. In open and distance learning mode, there is no boundaries, there is no age limit, there is no wall. It's an open space for everybody to fly. And in the artificial intelligence program, I want to say that in the last one conducted by NUC and National Open University and VIC-Bay, 37 OAU staffs participated in the 13 weeks training with 11 practical sessions, though about 25 of us graduated. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I wish you all productive and inspiring summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Dean. Mr. Vice Chancellor, all courtesies duly extended. Permit me to call on my brother, Adeyemi Adedeji, to please come forward for the continuation of these proceedings today. Let's appreciate this boy. Listen.
Thank you very much, sir. He basically threw me in the deep end of the pool. We were sitting together there, and he didn't say he was going to hand over to me now. So if you notice my knees shaking, it's because I'm standing before an august audience with highly distinguished people. Also, standing on previous courtesies, I'd like to invite Mr. Oluwatomisin Olatoye to please come forward. While he's doing that, he will be reading the citation of Professor Francis Olabode Ashubiojo, whom the center has decided to honor for the foundational work that he did, towards the takeoff of open and distance learning in Obafemi Awolowo University Center for Distance Learning while he was the director of the center. So, Mr. Olatoye, can we put our hands together for him?
Thank you very much, sir. I'm here to read the profile.
Sorry, I did say my knees were shaking a bit. Can I please ask Professor Francis Olabode Ashubiojo to please step forward while his citation is being read? Can we put our hands together for him as he comes forward, please? So.
Thank you very much. I'm here to read the citation of Professor Francis Olabode Ashubiojo, PhD, FRSA. Professor Ashubiojo was born at Ilawe, Ekiti in 1949. He had his undergraduate education at the University of Ife and postgraduate education at Stanford University, California. For about 50 years, Professor Ashubiojo has taught several generations of Nigerian undergraduate and postgraduate students at the University of Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, and some other universities. He has also had visiting appointments in various universities in Nigeria and abroad, among which are University of California, York University, Danceville, Canada, University of Toronto, Ekiti State University, Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, and currently Elizabeth University, Ilara-Mokin. In the course of this, he has supervised 11 PhD and several master's degree candidates. He has OAU in March 2019 on the attainment of the band national levels. Among many others, he was a member of the Governing Council of Obafemi Awolowo University, 1997 to 1999. He was also Director, Center for Distance Learning of Obafemi Awolowo University, 2010 to 2015. In the course of his directorship of the OAU-CDL, he was conferred with the award for outstanding contribution to education at the Global Learning Congress held in Mumbai, India on June 27, 2014, in recognition of his contributions to promotion of e-learning education. He was recently appointed Emeritus Professor of Chemistry at Obafemi Awolowo University. A few of his contributions to the development of ODA in OAU. Number one, construction of the new office complex and e-learning resource center in the permanent site at Moro, building of a state-of-the-art e-learning studio, a capacity building and course development program. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Francis Olabode Ashibiojo.
When somebody is being called emeritus professor, please, shall we stand? May I humbly invite the Vice Chancellor of our great university for the presentation of this award to this enigma. Professor means Ojogban. Emeritus professor means Ojogban to Gbangban.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Sir, you've done well. You deserve this award, even more than this. But just help us manage this one. This award of recognition is presented to Professor F.O.I. Ashibiojo in appreciation of his contributions to open and distance learning in Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Presented this day by Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, Vice Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. On behalf of all members, management, staff, students of this great institution, on this day, 30th May, 2024. Congratulations, sir. Wish you all the best.
Sir, please hold on. Mr. Vice Chancellor, with due respect, may I ask the guest speaker and the one speaker at that side, another speaker at this side, then the Honorable Commissioner at this side. Yes, thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor has instructed me to call on the first guest lecturer, the former director of Nigerian Open University. I'm not going to read the citation, but may I humbly call you, sir, Engineer Kayode Odedina, to please step forward here. Thank you very much, sir. Then I want to call on Dr. Oyeleke, the head academic unit, Center for Distance Learning of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, to read the citation.
Thank you, sir. All protocol duly observed. Before me this morning is to read the profile of our guest speaker, Engineer Odedina Kayode Sunday. May I add Balogun, sir? So may I add Balogun to it? Okay, he understands that perfectly. Engineer Kayode Odedina is a scientist, an engineer, an IC practitioner, an e-educationist, a technocrat, and a quality assurance practitioner. Dr. Kayode Odedina holds a degree of PhD in electrical and electronic engineering, telecommunication system engineering option of Enugu State University of Science and Technology, BSc in Information Technology at the National Open University of Nigeria. He possesses an MBA in Technology Management and Management of the defunct Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoewe, as well as a diploma in the Management of Higher Education, Institute of the Galilee International Management, and that is in Israel. His work experience include Ogun State Television Corporation, OGT, Abeokuta, Management Information System, MIS, Company Limited, that's in Ikoyi, Lagos, before he joined the services of National University Commission, NUC, in April 2002 as an Assistant Chief Hardware Engineer. He's the Media Pass Director of Open Distance and E-Learning at NUC, and presently a Director at the National Open University of Nigeria. Dr. Odedina has won academic, professional, and social laurels in the past that are included the Commonwealth Scholarship Commission Professional Fellowship on e-education, fellowed at the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization UK, and that of the Hedademsha Shipping Agency for his polytechnic education. He has attended various professional ICT and e-education and management training programs, both within and outside Nigeria. He's duly registered with both the councils of the regulation of engineering in Nigeria, that's COREN, and Computer Professional Registration Council of Nigeria, CPN. I present to you this morning Engineer Kayode Odedina as he gives us the first keynote lecture on this. You are welcome, sir. Thank you.
bá mi dá kébù yẹn padà powerpoint wọn wà níbí. Òun kọ́ yẹn o. Okay, this one, okay, sir. Just a matter of yes, this. Okay. The Honorable Commissioner of Education of Osun State in absentia, the Honorable Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of Osun State, ably represented, the Vice Chancellor, sir, kindly permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Yeah, although my heart goes on to Professor Ashubiojo, right? Professor Ashubiojo, Professor Adagundo, and then Professor Owade, And you understand, you understand the logic. They have been my senior colleagues, let me put it that way, professional colleagues in open distance and e-learning. Thank you very much. So my work here this morning is not a very tedious one. I am just to tell us how far we've gone. But in my characteristic manner, I usually want to provide some historical background. You know, they say one German philosopher once said that we learn history. Why? We want to know what has happened in the past. Why that one will tell us why we are, and show us the way forward, where we are heading to. So let me start by saying brief history of education in Nigeria. In 1845, formal education was introduced by Mr. Claudius Phillips, a Church Missionary Society teacher in Badagry, Lagos, when he enrolled 40 men and graduated them after 12 years in 1857. Emphasis mine. All the graduates were immediately employed, as it was then, so it is now, or until very recently, where the society expects that once you graduate, you must gain employment. So our curriculum over the years have been tuned towards go to school, graduate, gain employment. But things are changing. Now, what were the main objectives of setting up the school? To produce interpreters for the missionaries, to generally assist the missionaries in their clerical works, and to effectively propagate Christianity. Now the lesson here is that every educational endeavor must have its objectives and its effective outcomes. Now, for higher education in Nigeria. In 1934, the first higher education institution, Yaba High College, was established in the country. Now in 1948, university education was brought to the doorsteps of Nigerians through the establishment of the University College, Ibadan. Now, prior to the establishment of the University College, Ibadan, Nigerians obtained their university degrees through three major routes. One, Nigerians staying abroad will stay there and obtain their degrees and probably come home later. Now, Nigerians that want scholarships to study abroad and return. Some of us that have read Things Fall Apart and is the one that follows it no longer exists. We remember Obi Okonkwo, how the church contributed money and sent him abroad and all that. And now through the distance education mode. So what I'm saying here is distance education is not new to Nigeria. Even the University College Ibadan that was set up in 1948 was set up as a form of distance education. Franchise, transnational education. Because it was set up and midwifed up to 1962 by the University of London. That's time to be corrected anyway. So in the 1930s, some Nigerians took courses through correspondence from British universities, according to Enuku and Ujogu, 2006, and notably the University of London, that I've just said. Also recall the Rapid Resource Correspondence College of London, established in 1928. While growing up in primary secondary school, I met some of my big uncles studying through the Rapid Resource Correspondence College. Now in contemporary Nigeria, access to university education has remained a challenge. As we all know, that more than 1,500,000 applicants seek placement in the 272 universities in Nigeria annually, with less than 30% of them eventually gaining the admission. Now, some of the efforts that the Nigerian government has put in place to address the challenge of access to university education include establishment of more universities by the federal government of Nigeria from 1960. That is University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And today, the number of federal universities in Nigeria is 61. Establishment of state universities in Nigeria by the state government since 1979, with Rivers State University of Science and Technology blazing the trail. The number of state universities is now 63. Now, from 1999, the country witnessed the provision of university education by private promoters. So today, the number of private universities in Nigeria is 148 and growing. So that has led us to the promotion of open distance and e-learning. Distance education progressed in Nigeria before the establishment of the University of College Ibadan in 1948. It experienced a lull and then came back to life with the University of Lagos Distance Learning Institute, established in 1973. Now, what are the effective outcomes of a good educational system? I just want to come up with 3 scenarios. Scenario number 1. Some of us that followed the Gulda Ultimate Search up to 2022 will remember the 2022 edition with the theme, The Age of Craftsmanship. Emphasis mine. The theme was stressed further in the course of the program to bring back the age of craftsmanship. This implies that there was age of craftsmanship. If you recall, if a bronze, Benin bronze, Igboku crafts, and hide and skin efforts in northern Nigeria. Why I brought this up is that our educational system should have leveraged on these skills and improve on it instead of abandoning them. So the wider implication of it is that we are in the age of innovation skills and innovation and skills. So our curriculum must respond adequately to these issues. Look at, to underscore that, look at the second scenario. 2022 again, MTN ICT and Business Skills Training Initiative Program. Description. The MTN ICT and Business Skills Training is an initiative of the MTN Foundation aimed at building the capacity of young people between the ages of 18 and 35 in the area of ICT and entrepreneurship skills to enhance their entrepreneurial and employability abilities. Now, scenario number 3, which I copied sometime. Now, there was an advert. And the call for the advert emphasized that the candidate must have second-class upper or HND distinction in chemical or electrical engineering without any work experience. And now, not older than 25 years of age by January 2022. If you look generally these days, if you look at adverts coming out of our newspapers, they will tell you that for you to apply for this job, you must hold first degree BSc in any discipline, but it must be, the class must be second class upper in any discipline. And you must not be more than 24 years. That's the way it usually comes around. So why is this? It then means that if you study computer science, for example, you may end up not practicing computer science. Because if you get a job in a logistic environment, that means they will now train you to become whatever they want you to become. So that is the new trend. It's only in government. Even in government, I studied electrical engineering. I ended up being an Odl practitioner. So things are changing. Now, under Professor Adamu Rashid, MNI, MFR, FNEL, under his watch, NUC responded to scenario 1 and 2 by A, unbundling of mass communication degree programs into 7 subgroups, so that as to emphasize the skill aspect of our education. B, introduction of computing and allied programs as the 14th discipline in Nigerian university system. What are we saying? So that we can direct more frontally the issue of artificial intelligence, software engineering, big data, and all that. And again, to further emphasize that issue, there was a creation of the Directorate of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship. So our call now is that higher institutions should follow suit by mounting programs that are relevant to the yearnings of the 21st century job place. Now, before COVID-19, what happened? By the 1980s, the globe started to promote online education, or disruptive technology enables distance learning, that will enable the following: faster access to course materials by delivering them in mixed media format. Why did I bring this one out? Before 1980s, like I said earlier, distance education is not new to us. What used to happen? If you are studying for a degree program of University of London, what will happen is that they will send you course materials, you will read it, you will do the assignment, send back to London via post office or any other postal access means. However, by the 80s, technology has started taking over, so that instead of waiting for postal services from your computer, from your system, in minutes, in seconds, you download your course materials and then move on. So now you can work and learn. That's very important for open distance and e-learning. There's flexibility in time and space, and it promotes lifelong learning. Surprisingly, Nigerians were slow to adapt to changes occasioned by disruptive technologies in teaching and learning methods until the advent of COVID-19 pandemic. Reason, attitudinal. For example, today, if you hold a first-class degree in computer science, for example, and somebody holds a 2-2, or even an HND, what will happen? The person with first class will first gain employment. Whereas in other climes, it's not like that. Somebody with a 2-2 and with, say, Microsoft, Cisco, Oracle certification, because of skills, will be given priority. I'm not saying first class is not good, but if you hold your first class, then you must gain your skills from wherever source. The most important thing is that your education, your degree, must come up with skills. Although we are not very static, only that we are slow to change. Now, what companies do is that, okay, you hold first class, you hold second class upper, come in any discipline, like I said earlier, and then they will now train you. They take you in as an intern, not as direct employment. You see 12 months intern, 6 months intern, and then train you up to whatever you want them, they want you to be. So what are the benefits of the open and distance learning? Ability to study at one space. Ability to combine studies with other activities. For example, I usually argue that, okay, you get enrolled into a distance learning center or a distance learning institution, even as a 17-year-old. The idea is not for you to sit back and read 24/7. The idea is that you must be doing something alongside your studies. So, for instance, if you get enrolled as a computer science student, then you can go and start learning other Cisco configuration of Cisco servers, configuration of Microsoft servers, and all that. So by the time you graduate with your BSc, you already hold certification in Microsoft or Cisco. Then you have it double-edged. That's one of the major advantages of studying through open and distance learning environment. And that's the third point I raised here. Ability to map one's endeavor with studies. You're already a cinematographer. You're already a mass, and you now want to do mass communication. So it places you on a better advantage. And ODL aids career change. Assuming you hold an ND electrical electronic working in TV station, and then some people start telling you that, you would have been better a teacher. Why are you struggling to become an engineer? First person said it, second person, third person. Then something in you should tell you that you are born a teacher. Then you move on. Go and have your BEd in technical education. And you'll be surprised what will happen. Now, after the COVID-19 pandemic, what happened? It suddenly dawned on everybody that the technology-induced learning has come to stay. Zoom and many other collaborative software came to limelight. We now know that you can have collaborative software designed as digital classrooms. You have the Zoom class, you have the Google Classroom, you have the Microsoft Teams of this world, you have the WizIQ, Cisco WebEx, and many others. So today, the only difference between face-to-face and online education now is that you cannot hug each other or touch. Every other thing you achieve. The immediate past vice chancellor mentioned it the other time. And now assessments can be made more credible than the pen on paper examination. I know many people will not agree, but that's the truth of the matter. Many universities are now interested in becoming dual mode universities. Many universities are now interested in integrating e-learning into their academic activities to expand access. I remember while the COVID-19 lasted, I was discussing with the vice chancellor. He was lamenting that how will you put 50 students in a classroom? And you know, it was the era of this, social distancing. And I said, okay, it's very simple. Why don't you tell 25 to come this week? The other 25 will join online. Then next week, those online will come physically, and this one join online. But then you have expanded the classroom, and you've expanded access, and then your problem is solved. So, just last year, NUC released 4 guidelines on open distance and e-learning. The first one, guidelines for the establishment of private open universities. We are all aware, we now have 5 open universities in Nigeria, the National Open University of Nigeria, and then 4 private open universities. We came up then with guidelines on transnational education with 6 models. There was guidelines for e-learning in Nigerian universities, and then there was guidelines on the implementation of OER in Nigerian universities. And I'm going home with one thing from this conference, to recommend the drawing up of guidelines for the use of artificial intelligence in education. The era of open and distance learning continues. Now, according to the National Policy on Education of 2004 document, the goals were, 1, to provide access to quality education, to ensure equity in educational opportunities. It doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman, a Christian, a Muslim, an atheist, a person with special needs, and so on. Meet special needs of employers by mounting special certificate courses at the workplace, encourage internationalization of curricula, and then ameliorate the effects of internal and external brain drain. Now, there are several modes of distance learning recognized globally, among which are the following: the correspondence education model, the multiple media model, the group distance education model, the autonomous learner model, the technologically extended classroom model. But the one approved for the Nigerian university system is known as the ICT-enabled supported blended learning, IESBL model. And what are the features of IESBL model? Centrality of learning materials. Even before artificial intelligence, learning materials have started taking the place of teachers. And that is why they have to be drawn up or developed in mixed media formats. And then deploy appropriate technology, and there should be face-to-face components. We usually recommend probably 2 weeks to the end of a semester for the face-to-face components of IESBM model. And then the robust learner support, of course, the formative and summative assessments, and timely and meaningful feedback. And what are the rationale for regulating nodal institutions? Should it be all about expanding access? No. Quality of the product must also be assured to bring the best practices of distance learning up to speed with global best practices. Ensure the development of an educational system that is resilient and can subsist in spite of prevailing and threatening external factors. Engender an educational system that is accessible to all, irrespective of race, age, gender, place, and time. So what are the critical requirements for establishing a new, I just want to emphasize that for a new program, let me put it there with, yes, course materials must be ready, 100 to 300 level should be provided for all the courses in print, in electronic format, and must be placed on the learning management system of the center. In a nutshell, what I've been saying, ODL must be learner-centered, must be flexible, instructive, cost-effective, partnering, inclusive, and comprehensive. And so the major areas of open distance and e-learning are course materials development, ICT infrastructure, including the LMS, and adequate bandwidth, robust learner support services, building offices, audiovisuals, and other facilities, and more importantly, continual capacity building, training and retraining. So partnering or partnership is very established, is very important in ODL. And this has taken so many forms. If you recall the open system connectivity in systems hardware, IBM and compatibles that crashed the prices of hardware products. You should recall the free and open source software force era of 2004 to mid-2010. The Linux operating system, the MySQL, Python of this world, as against the priority software such as Microsoft Windows, Unix, Microsoft SQL, and all that. It is now the era of open data and open educational resources, all in the bid to make information and educational resources available and accessible. So, ODL has its many applications. ODL is not really new in Nigeria. I've said it over and over. You recall the area Balola. I have the privilege of reading his autobiography. And I know that after his standard 6, every other thing he did was through distance learning. Cambridge, O-level, A-level, bachelor degree in law, in commerce first, then in law, and all that. So the ODL has been with us for quite a time. And what is different now is the use of technology, LMS, robust ICT infrastructure, and internet access. The philosophy behind ODL is to work and learn. I've said it earlier, which has been found to be more potent and in comprehension than that of the traditional classroom setting. I brought out the issue of fractional distillation, fractional crystallization, saponification. I brought this out just to underscore some of us that did chemistry to a level. You know, I'm a village boy. I grew up seeing my grandmother doing palm oil, ogogoro, traditional this thing, and all that. So when I was preparing for my school start, and I read fractional distillation, fractional crystallization, saponification, I remembered that this is what my grandmother has been doing. And since that time to today, I have not forgotten those terms. What am I saying? That when you work and learn, you don't forget. Now globally, higher education is not only in Nigeria. This is about the globe. Higher education is going more and more skilled set. If you don't have a work at the time of enrollment, go and learn a trade alongside your studies. You know the story of late Victor Owifo. It's a very interesting one. He actually got his bachelor degree at 54, master's degree at 57. He ended up having the PhD after making all the names. It allows for the development of degree programs for target professions. Somebody is already a photographer or a cinematographer, and now he wants to obtain a degree. He doesn't need to go and study mass communication again. I'm rounding up. Okay. He doesn't have to go and study for BSc mass communication. He can go for BSc photonics, cinematography. If you check the internet, you see that they study photonics to PhD level in some other climes. I've said this one earlier. It allows for seamless career change. And now it's about lifelong learning. Even a professor can still go back to pick up one certificate or the other. You are a professor of engineering. Now you know you are retiring. And your community will be looking up to you for certain guidance. Nothing stops you to go and pick up postgraduate diploma in peace and conflict resolution, there or something like that. And age is not a barrier. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo, the Awujale of Ijebu land, and many others have shown us the way that you can actually study at whatever age. Today, there are 31 ODL institutions in Nigeria. 5 of them are open universities, namely National Open University of Nigeria, Muhiba Open University, Bauchi, West Midland Open University, Ibadan, Iconic University of Open Learning, Sokoto, Miva Open University in Abuja. And there are 26 distance learning centers. Distance Learning Center of University of Ibadan, Center for Distance Learning, OAU, Distance Learning Institute, University of Lagos, where you can, for your education, if you don't know that one yet, you can read it up. Now, what are the challenges being fixed? I think the Honorable Commissioner for Education said it while he was speaking his goodwill, that there is still the issue of parity of esteem. The society still believes that if you go through distance learning to obtain your degree, you are not as good, which is not true. I experienced this. I hold a bachelor degree of National Open University of Nigeria, so I know what it is. I know what it is to study through that route. And government, despite the government's efforts over time to insist that there should be no discrimination against graduates that take the ODL route, discrimination somehow persists. Now, why? Because there is this one confusion over ODL being a form of part-time program. No, ODL is not a part-time program. It is another mode of delivery, and in a flexible manner. Therefore, a 4-year program in the traditional classroom setting will only attract a minimum of 4 years in the delivery via the ODL mode. If anybody has the capacity or capability to complete his program in 4 years, so be it. And if not, at his own pace. In the UK, they will give you maximum of 4 years, 6 years. Whatever the number of years, multiplied by 1.5. Maximum. Minimum, that number of years, the maximum times 1.5. We still have problem with low level of digital literacy. Meanwhile, digital literacy is the bedrock of the 21st century education. In my own view, it is not a requirement yet, but in my view, I think digital literacy certification should be part of requirements for enrollment into higher institutions in Nigeria. Digital literacy should be entrenched in the educational system right from kindergarten to the highest level of education in Nigeria. Now, if you don't know yet, the new method of teaching English alphabet will be A for Apple, B for Bluetooth, C for chat, D for download, E for email, F for Facebook, G for Google, H for Hotmail, I for internet, J for joystick, and so on. If you want to know more, come and see me. And see, we still have low knowledge of digital skills. There are over 600 digital skills available to the best of my knowledge. There may be more. Of course, there are more to latch on. For example, in engineering, you have Autodesk, Revit Electrical, Revit Civil, Revit Architecture, and so on for engineering and environmental sciences. Intuit QuickBooks for accounting through finance. So what we are saying is that if you hold a bachelor degree, plus digital literacy certification, plus digital skills certification, you become a global professional. Then another challenge is that the inefficiencies inherent in the face-to-face setting being brought into the ODL delivery mode. Some people will say, one of the things they have against ODL, they say if you give somebody an assignment, how are you sure that the assignment will be done by that person? And I will ask, even the face-to-face, if you give somebody an assignment, how are you sure it is the person that did it? Because the assignment will be done from home. So if there are challenges, let us see how we work towards overcoming those challenges. So in conclusion, I'm rounding up to say that education remains the bedrock of development of any nation. To destroy a nation, first destroy its educational system, according to late President Nelson Mandela. So I took time to relive the beginning of formal education in Nigeria to the point where distance education has become the future of global education. Distance learning is all about lifelong learning, work, and study. In addition to advances in electronic and software engineering, low cost of acquiring education is another motivation for delivering through ODL mode. In my opinion, digital literacy certification holds the ace to an uncommon delivery of education through ODL mode. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can we please appreciate Engineer Kayode Odedino once again? Right. We do realize that the ideal is to have the panel of discussants dissect this paper, interrogate some of the points made, but because we are pressed for time, we are going to move on to the second paper and have the panel of discussants address both papers together. However, in the meantime, can I please, before I invite Dr. Mrs. Afolabi to read the citation for Professor M.E. Shotunsa, can I humbly crave the Vice Chancellor's indulgence to invite the panel, members of the panel to please take their seats on stage here. Can we put our hands for Professor R.O. Dauda, Director, DLI, University of Lagos, Professor B.S. Afolabi, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, who is also the Director of the Computer Center, OAU, Professor R.A. Ajishafe of the Department of Economics, and Dr. T.J. Ayola, ably represented by Dr. Monday. I forget his surname. Please permit me. Right, can we put our hands together for them as they come? We'd also like to acknowledge the presence, if they are here, of the chairman of the Ife North Local Government, Ife Central Local Government, and the chairman of the area councils of the Ife East Area Council and the Ife North Area Council. Dr. Mrs. Oye Mafolabi will now read Professor Shotusa's. Yes, I've been told that Dr. Lanihon is representing Professor Ajishafe of the Department of Economics. Can we put our hands together as we invite Professor Emi Shotusa to please step forward as Dr. O.M. Afolabi reads a citation. Her paper is also going to be very brief. I'm sure she'll do justice to it in about 20 minutes so that we can move a little bit faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're honored to have you all here. I'm here to read the citation of Professor Mobolanle Ebunoluwa Shotusa. Mobolanle Ebunoluwa Shotusa is the director of Babcock University Center for Open Distance and E-Learning, Bokudel. She served as the deputy director and also editor for Bokudel for over 10 years before her appointment as a substantive director in 2019. Under her directorship, the center gained the NUC accreditation in 2021, becoming the second private university center for open distance and e-learning in Nigeria, accredited by the National Universities Commission. Mobolanle Shotusa has attended several workshops and trainings related to open distance and e-learning in Nigeria and the United Kingdom. She has gained funding from Commonwealth of Learning to organize trainings in instructional design and authentic assessment. Mobolanle Shotusa is a professor of gender studies and African oral literature at Babcock University, Nigeria. She was a visiting scholar at the School of African and Oriental Studies, University of London, and a visiting professor and scholar in residence at the African Studies Institute, University of Georgia. Shotusa served as the head of Department of Languages and Literary Studies, Department at Babcock University from 2006 to 2009. Shotusa is also the coordinator of Gender and African Studies Group, Babcock University. Mobolanle Shotusa has authored and co-edited several volumes, including Feminism and Gender Discourse, The African Experience, Women in Africa, Context, Rights, Hegemonies, Gender Culture and Development in Africa, Expressions of Indigenous and Local Knowledge in Africa, Imagining Vernacular Histories, Essays in honor of Toyin Falola, Roman and Littlefield, among several publications. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite Professor Mobolanle Ebunoluwa Shotusa for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisete. Before I break protocols, permit me to please adopt the existing protocol, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. And since I have been shortchanged by being given 20 minutes, I will try my best. Okay, thank you very much. Aisete, thank you. Why are we having a summit? Okay? Because there are changing perceptions. If there are people still here with some biases and some myths and some old and unfounded perceptions, we are not here because of that. We are here because there are already changing perceptions. We want to do a reality exposure, and we want to give what are the future predictions of ODL in the world and in Nigeria, and in fact in OAU. Okay, so I have 3 goals. How many goals? I didn't hear you. Thank you very much. 3 goals. And number 1 is, we go together, number 1 is best practices for quality ODL delivery. Number 2 is perceptions of different stakeholders of Odl, and future development. So just 3 goals and will be done. And you will have some deliverables because you are going to do an exam after this. Please get ready. I'm not joking. Okay, so 3 deliverables. Number 1, we want to delineate the quality strategies in Odl delivery. So by the time I'm finishing in the next 15 minutes or 17 minutes, you should be able to know what are the quality strategies to deliver ODL, and all perceptions will change. We will explicate the past, we will elucidate the present, and explore the future of ODL. Okay? So, in the real paper, which you will have access to in a few slides from now, I went through different definitions of ODL. But what brings all of this by Commonwealth of Learning, by ICE, by so many? What are the common things? A method of delivering education and instruction to students who are not physically present. We all know that, right? Okay? And that Odl utilizes digital technologies, okay, to facilitate learning remotely. Okay? So, what's the first one? Go back, thank you. What's the first thing that you need to know about Odl? It delivers education to people who are not physically present, right? Number 1. And number 2, it utilizes digital. You must be here because you're already here physically. It utilizes digital technologies. Thank you. The next slide now. Then it allows for flexibility in terms of time, location, and place of learning. It makes education more accessible to a wider range of learners, and we've all said that, including those that have commitments such as work and family responsibilities. Now, ODL is not only for workers. ODL is for everybody. Whether you are a Jambite or a worker, we have a 16-year-old learner, we have 64-year-old learner, no, 67-year-old learner. So it's for all, everyone, okay? And so the key features are, number 1, if I don't hear you, we will stay longer. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. I'll just take time to explain a few because those before me have already explained many. Next slide. Okay? So I will allow somebody to help me talk while I sit. Okay, so you can always employ someone. With ODL, you can do a lot of things. ACT, you can do a lot of things. So the video you'll be watching is just a 3-minute video. Will tell us about the myths surrounding ODL, which you already know, which has been referred to here. But more importantly, the video will be debunking these myths. So please follow us. Okay. My time is.
Studies, including one completed by the department. Online degrees don't have this everywhere around us. Everywhere around us, we have options. Why should your education be any different? While online learning is on the rise, there are still a lot of questions surrounding it. Let's debunk 5 of these common online education myths. Myth number 1, online degrees don't have the same value as traditional degrees. The truth is, online degrees are real degrees. Studies, including one completed by the Department of Education, find that there is no significant difference in learning outcomes when compared to face-to-face programs. You may be wondering, what will employers think about an online degree? At institutions like the University of Louisville, you receive the same degree online as you would on campus, with that on your diploma. In other words, employers won't know how you earned your degree unless you choose to tell them. Plus, most employers value the time management skills that online students must master to balance education with work, family life, and other priorities. Myth number 2, online students are not held to the same standards as traditional students. According to the U.S. News and World Report, job recruiters are more concerned about the legitimacy of the institution you receive your education from rather than the format of the program. One important part of this is the accreditation of your chosen university. New programs at universities like U of L undergo a thorough review process before approval to ensure that their online degrees meet the same high standards as face-to-face degrees. Feeling secure in where you earn your education will give you confidence as you pursue career advancement. Myth number 3, online classes are easier than traditional classes. An online program is a simpler, abbreviated version of a traditional program, right? Wrong. In an online program at U of L, you have the same expectations, the same courses, and the same faculty as you would on campus. You're expected to engage and work toward the same curriculum as the equivalent on-campus programs. Group projects, proctored tests, and field assignments can be accomplished in an online setting too. The format may look different, but that doesn't make it any easier. Myth number 4, you have to teach yourself. Just because you aren't physically sitting in a classroom doesn't mean you're in this alone. Technology is a beautiful thing. In an online classroom setting, your teachers will communicate regularly through videos, discussion boards, group work, interactive activities, assignment responses, and more. They're also available by email and for scheduled one-on-one appointments as needed. Myth number 5, it's hard to build a network in an online setting. In an increasingly competitive job market, the relationships you build throughout your education are essential. You can still make important connections with other students in an online setting. Online students are often working adults, returning to start or finish their bachelor's degree or earn an advanced education through a master's degree or certificate. In fact, many graduates of U of L's online programs work for Fortune 500 companies while earning their education. Because of the unique life and job experience the typical online student brings to the classroom with them, these connections are even more invaluable.
Thank you very much. I hope that I will reward her for helping me, yes. Okay, so what are we saying? She has debunked some of the myths. Please return to my slides. She's debunked some of the myths. Online learning is not inferior to traditional setting. In fact, it is, and anybody can contest it. When done right, it is superior. There is an Odl advantage on top of what we have as our face-to-face. And I would refer to some of that. But before then, you see, you will make your choice. In life, God gives us choices. And so what we are saying with education is that people can make different choices. So you make your choice. Please note all that is here and you will tell me which one is best when we finish. Yes?
Ojo ni wa a o bẹ́ẹ̀ kan ṣọ̀tá o ẹni retí rí létí pa. Ó ti dá mi lójú pé ẹni bínú wa kò ní roko síbi àti jẹ tó bá roko síbi àti jẹ èmi pọ́n mi síbi àti mu tó bá pọ́n mi síbi àti mu èmi mọ̀nà tó máa gbà.
Watch very well, because you will tell me which one is the best. Okay, tell me which one is the best. You can see variety of answers. I heard the DB say Ibiripo. There's a correct, there's anything. So what we are saying is that education can come in various formats. There is no best one. Each one is unique. Each one is rich. Each one is good. Okay? So you are free to make your choices. ODL has come to expand choices of educational formats, pedagogies. Okay? So you make a choice. Please go back to my slide. No, okay? So none is superior. Now, what are the key strategies of quality delivery in ODL? Interactivity. This lecture has tried to model what we do in ODL. We interact. We use various formats. There's flexibility of teaching. You don't have to teach only through, your notes and all of that. You teach through music. You teach through videos. You engage and interact. You introduce activities. For every course, my director, sir, for every course, our e-tutors and our facilitators must be trained on how to actually deliver in various formats to make it in. Our course content should not just be that printed one. It must contain activities. It must contain links. It must contain videos. It must contain so many things to make learning interesting. The Gen Z, if you are here, say OAU. No, say Great Ife. They are here. So we must, we say they don't like to read and all of that. They don't listen in class. One day I descended on one of my students. He was using his phone in the class, and I'm like, come out here. You're not listening. Yep. And all of that. And the girl was, I'm sorry, ma, I was taking notes on my phone. I said, that's not true. And he was taking notes on his phone. And I had to be humble enough to apologize. Yes. We must recognize, we say they use phones for, things, but we can help them to use technology for the positive things and to enhance education. Okay, so variety of forms, flexibility, support services. I'm going to talk more about that. Continuous training and professional development for the staff. Okay, I've talked about interactivity, introduce videos, games, gamify your content. We are not there yet too, but we are trying to do that. Introduce animation, introduce activities, authentic assessments that, real world task. That's what they will do. For instance, we were teaching our GEDs, Introduction to Agric. Every student had to plant corn. They must video themselves every week when they planted, wetting, what growth, telling what has gone on, what are the changes they've seen. Every week, that's how we teach our Agric through ODL. Please go on to the next. Okay, so it must come in variety of forms. My director has already talked about that. Print, PowerPoint, audios, and all of that. And it must be both synchronous and asynchronous. That means synchronous together. They cannot come like you do Zoom meeting and all of that. That feature must be on the LMS where the lectures. But what we are during COVID, that's not e-learning in all. That is emergency remote learning. So it shouldn't be assumed that that's e-learning. And that's why people are still complaining. Because they've not seen what it really is. Okay, so I'm sure you visit your DLC center to learn more about some of these things. So with e-learning, so that to bridge that distance, don't worry, you will scan. I will give you the QR code to scan all of this. You have all of these resources. Okay, so please go back. You must have learner support. It must be robust. Learner support will come in various ways. Administrative, ICT support, and particularly e-tutoring. I'm going to talk more about that. Guidance and counseling and all of that. All of these, they are possible, and they help the learners so that they don't feel isolated and they don't feel discouraged, and they are committed. I've had students who say, who ran out of our program, say, I thought it's like part-time. This is too much for me, because we hold them to the same standards as the face-to-face, and even more, because they have to do a lot of projects and all that, to learn, okay? And with others have talked about the flexibility in the mode, in the time. It is full-time, that has been said. It's not a part-time program. It is a full-time program, okay? It's just that the location is flexible, the content is flexible, the assessment too is flexible. What do the e-tutors do? E-tutors have a critical role. E-tutors are like the tutorial masters. When I was in the university, I knew for some of my courses, I knew my tutorial assistants more than the lecturer himself. Okay? So that's what e-tutoring is. So the lecturers here, please don't fear. DLC people, don't give them too much work. They've written the contents. They've done videos of the content, right? Good. The e-tutors because once they've written the content and done the videos, they've already taught the course. What the e-tutors do is take your content that you have already developed, and because they are also experts, there are people with master's degree, there are people on their PhD degrees. They will explain, week by week, module by module, they explain to the students. They do discussion forums on the LMS with the students, okay, every week. So they read what you have done, and they don't teach outside what you have already done. So you must have enough confidence in the e-tutors and know that they are also professionals and they are your junior colleagues. They can help you with most of the work that the Vice Chancellor referred to and said, you don't submit your DLC result on time. Let them support you. Okay, that's why they have employment in if the NUC knows that you will have to do all the work, they will not make room for e-tutors. That's why that is there. Because you need support, just like the students need support. So don't worry, even if you cannot press the computer, they are ICT savvy. Tell them this is what you should do, and they will do it. And that is what it should be. Okay, so they do a lot of things, lesson planning, teaching, instruction, support, record keeping, administration, professional development. That's what e-tutoring is all about. Please go on to the next slide. Okay, and we've talked about use of technology. For you to have a quality assured ODL delivery, you do many of these things. A flipped classroom. What's a flipped classroom? Let your students, that's what we are really doing. Let your students, even in your face-to-face, please try it. Record your lecture on your phone. Give them, let them first watch it in class, at home. Then let them know that when you come to the class, what you are going to do is you are going to summarize minutes 1 to 5. All of you will be lecturers, co-lecturers with me. Minutes 1 to 2, you, minute 1 to this, they will watch it. And when you are teaching them in class, they will be more engaged. They will give you responses that you want because you have engaged them. This is what we do through technology in Odl. Okay, virtual reality. This is something that the Nigerian system, we must integrate more and more. We can, there are 2 virtual reality labs in Nigeria. We are trying to engage them so that some of our courses, you may not do everything at the same time. Thank you, sir. You may not do everything at the same time, but try one course first. Let them do a virtual reality or simulation and things of that one course. That's what we are doing at Babcock. Let them do one course for me. Animate it. do something, and then gradually will phase out the others. I will face and do the others so that we'll improve and improve. I cannot talk about artificial intelligence because of Prof. He has already spoken about it. Please go on. Okay, so training. Continuous training in Odl is non-negotiable. Once we are trained, we will know how to do it. And we will do it. I'm not an OAU alumnus. My husband followed me because he wanted to come home. He's an alumnus. So he had nostalgia. Now, training is so important. Our staff, the management, the facilitators. Now, don't train only those working now, because everybody in the university must be trained. Although you can this group of people first, this group first, this in-house training, and then external trainings. Very important. Once we get trained in doing these things, it will be so effortless. We'll so love it. Some of our lecturers on the face-to-face told me, well, the only thing is not the money you paid me to develop that content, but this training, I'm applying it in my classroom and I'm enjoying it. I don't even have to come to class, thinking about going to quickly read what I would deliver. I already have it. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, so the Odl advantage. Pre-prepared quality assured lectures. Many lecturers, if you wake up that morning, you are in one bad mood, that lecture will not go well. Or you can come to the class and just tell stories of the old days without giving. But for ODL, the lectures must be pre-prepared. The ones, how many of you were part of the content developers for the CDL here? Are they here? Good. The content that you developed, how do you, it has to go through, apart from what you have done, it went through other things. Reviewers were given, subject experts, editors were given, instructional designers were given. So by the time you have that, the content is quality assured, better than what we deliver in the class. Many of those who delivered for us, they take that one because we give them access to it. They take it, and that's what they also use in their face-to-face. It helps them. It's quality assured. It's already pre-prepared. Okay, I've talked about e-tutoring, tech, authentic assessments. These are real-life things. Activities assessment. These are the Odl advantage in addition to what we have in the face-to-face. So there is parity of esteem. Tell me who is stronger. Tell me, those two people. Who is stronger? Who will beat who? ODL and your face-to-face, there is parity of, it's the same content. They are the same teachers. The fact that you are not the one teaching them every day. What you have prepared, that content, is the teacher. It's a self-learning material, okay? It's the same examination standard. It's the same number of courses, same graduation requirements, same degree. So why should, there must be parity of esteem. Please go on. Okay, so you can scan that code, the instruction, point your phone. Everybody bring out your phone. Sir, please bring out your phone. Scan that code, or you can open your Chrome and browse and click and scan, depending on what you have. Yes, it will take you to a link. You are going to do your examination now. You are going to vote. Yes, you are going to vote. Is Odl a go or a no? For you, is it a go or a no? But your exam will test you on whether you have understood the features of Odl. It will test you on whether you have, what's the second thing? What did I teach you again? It will test you on the quality features of Odl delivery, and then you do a vote. Okay, so are you there? Have you scanned? Have you gotten there? Go to the quiz. You've not scanned. You people, you are immigrants. Technology immigrants. The students, have you scanned? I thought you would give me a resounding yes. Good. Please just be the first one to finish the quiz. You are going to win today. Oh, yes, you will have some prizes. Number one person to drop your answers and submit. Please, let's finish the scanning. I need to go on to the... In the next, it's part of your exam. If you don't get it, we will not wait for you. Come back and see them at CDL. They will tell you how to scan. Okay, it's the same code. Please scan it. In the next 1 minute, we'll be looking at your responses. Because part of ODL is immediate feedback. So you will see your mark. If you cannot scan, go to the link that is there. There's a link. https://codel.babcock.edu.ng/ODL Summit. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. The questions are very simple. They are just simple for this. So don't think that ODL questions are always only like that. Are you enjoying the questions? Are you on the quiz? Please take the quiz. Take the quiz. Codel. Wait, hold on. Let me print my phone. See tension in the room. Exam time. Okay. I won't disturb you because you are very serious now. So we already have 46 responses. You are doing well. Scroll up. So far, the age, those who have done, those are demographics. Go on. Those you can see. We have 62% female here. I clap for women. You know I'm a gender person. Okay, go on. Slide up quickly. We have students here. Students here are how many? The blue are students. Most people who have taken it are 77%. And then those who are educationalists, the teachers, you are here. And those who are employers are of those who have taken it. Go on. Let's see the results. Section B, you know, where we have the features of Odl. The yes have it. The first question is, getting admission to study through ODL is not complicated. And in OAU, sir, this is your people. This They are the one who said gaining admission to study through Odl is not complicated. So we have people who understand Odl. Please clap for yourself. Yes, yes, yes is the answer. It's not complicated. For the few people who have no, please see them at CDL. You'll find out that it is not complicated at all. All you need is your WAEC. You will register with JAMB, okay? But you need your WAEC result, the same qualification as you will go through the face-to-face. Please go on. Go on, go on. My time is up. They didn't chase me because they're enjoying it. That's why. Okay, so the other basic test skills are advantageous for Odl. Yes, basic test skills. But even if you do not have the tech skills, you can be trained. Yes, thank you. Yes, yes. Go on. Make it fast. Is that all? Okay, good. Now, is Odl a goal or no? In other words, will you vote for Odl? Will you support Odl? Will you? And I have a resounding 94.3. Clap for yourself. Here you have support. And perceptions have changed. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time and attention.
Can we make that more resounding? Thank you very much, Professor M.E. Shotunsa. This morning when Professor Shotunsa first arrived here, somebody drove her. And when I asked him, he said he was her driver. But it's a good thing Professor Shotunsa herself corrected Professor Mr. Dr. Shotunsa. Otherwise, sir, with this performance this afternoon, I probably would have turned on my fine boy vibes and said, baby, I really like intelligent people. How about we get together? But because I know that you are here, I am going to let it pass. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, we'll be going into the panel discussion very shortly. But let me quickly build on a couple of things that quite a number of people have said this afternoon, even from the former Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor himself, and the two speakers. The former Vice Chancellor, Professor Ogunbodede, prophesied that he foresees a time when the Center for Distance Learning will probably take over the major work of the whole of the university. Can we put our hands together for that? So I want to invite everyone, particularly academic staff of the university. It's time to join this train by putting up as many more programs that we can run on the open and distance learning mode. Also, for those who are here from the general public, the representative of the Attorney General, Barrister Oladini, did say that open and distance learning is not just it's not a learning mode where you simply sit permanently at home. Let me say here that the requirement by the NUC, which Engineer Odedino will confirm, is that only 70% of your learning activities is done online. The remainder 30% has to be done face-to-face, meaning that indeed you still get to do that face-to-face component. The Vice Chancellor himself mentioned something about the parity of esteem in the area of quality, where people tend to think that ODL certificates are not the same. I am happy to inform you, as many of us here already know, that quite a number of the first-class degrees that were celebrated at the last and the previous and the one before that convocation ceremonies of this university were earned by students from the open and distance learning, nursing, economics, and accounting programs managed as the CDL. And I mean, first-class degrees, everybody knows about our university. First-class degrees here are work, very serious, hard work. Can we put our hands together for the Obafemi Awolowo University Center for Distance Learning? I'd like to also acknowledge here this morning the presence of our partner, our technical partner, who works with us in facilitating some of the electronic work that we do with admission portals and stuff, LearnFlow High Limited. Can you just wave your hands for recognition? Right, if you will also quickly help me turn to page 2 of the program in your hands, you'll find that our very flagship programs, our very flagship ODL programs have somehow been omitted from those list of programs on offer at the Obafemi Awolowo University Center for Distance Learning. So if you have a pen, please help us pencil them in. I don't know if this is the work of the printer's devil or whatever, but we're supposed to have their Bachelor of Nursing Science, Bachelor of Science Accounting, BSc Economics, and the BSc Agric Extension and Community Engineering programs. Finally, before I shift to the panel discussants, let me say here that we may observe a few changes in the arrangement of programs that we have here, again, because we're trying to quickly manage time. So, can we please put our hands together as we again welcome the panel of discussants, and I'll be handing over to Professor E.T.O. Babalola, the moderator. Can we put our hands together for them?
Thank you. I don't know if I should stay here. Okay. The Vice Chancellor, the principal officers of the universities, the director of the Center for Distance Learning, Obafemi Awolowo Universities, Ile-Ife, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, visitors, and our cherished students, you are all welcome. Permit me to ride on the existing protocol that has been established at the beginning. Well, the program is moving on, and it is now time for us from this side to dissect the papers that have been delivered by our guest speakers. First of all, we want to thank them for the time that has gone into preparation of the lectures, and that we have really enjoyed their interventions. Well, I can see in the audience that it's a mixed bag. We have people here who are not familiar with the ODL stuff, and we have gurus, experts, people that know very well about what we are talking about. Now, this summit is to bring all of us together so that we can acquire more knowledge and get to be informed about what the ODL is all about and what the Center for Distance Learning in OAU is actually doing. Well, before we start and I allow members here to talk, I first of all want to make a quick comment on what the Honorable Commissioner of Education said in his speech, where he said his experience recent of an interview or recruitment that was done shows that some people that have undergone ODL did not fare well with regular students. Well, I'm not going to say that he may not be right, but I think there are perspectives that we have to consider. Probably the Honorable Commissioner of Education is confusing ODL with part-time, because there is part-time, there is ODL. In ODL, what is done has been, told by experts that have given us papers today, shows clearly that it is the same as what is done in the regular classroom. But I'm not faulting what the commissioner said, only that the perspective that we may have to look at is that probably those students or those people he claimed are underachievers maybe went through part-time program that is different from ODL. Then another thing is that underachievers are everywhere, even in regular programs. We have students, graduates that may not fare well with others. And that is why we have classes of degree. So in the university, you may be a first class graduate, you may be a second class upper person, you may be a second class lower person, you may be a third class person, you may be a past person. Probably if the Honorable Commissioner has gone through the degree or the certification of those people that were class underachievers, they couldn't have been under 2-1 or 2-2, probably. So we have underachievers everywhere, and it doesn't really matter that it's because they are part-time or they are ODL. Then another thing that we may have to consider is that there are reasons, perhaps, why the ODL is established. According to Engineer Odedino in his lecture, he said it emphatically that we have reasons behind establishment of ODL movement in the world, because it wasn't like this in the past. Actually, we may advance several reasons. Chief among them will be advance in technology. Those things that we weren't able to do in the past, we can now do. And because of that, people felt that now that we can do this, why not have this ODL? So that is one. Then you have many people that cannot access regular schooling. You have many of them. And because of that, we feel that this should not be what? This should not be kept out of formal education. So that is another reason why ODL movement is now the in thing in the world. And here in OAU, that I know very well, what really galvanized the interest or pushed OAU into it was definitely because other less endowed institutions were having it. Because the Senate meeting that Professor Kumodede was referring to, I was there, when we were having this very hot debate as to the necessity of having ODL, But what actually pushed people was that, look, if you say OAU, you are not going to do it, they are doing it everywhere. Our university is a bit conservative. We do not embrace change easily here in OAU. And my colleagues here know very well, we just want to keep to standard. We want to be standard. We want to standard. And you find out that other institutions are doing it. And, we are in the same market. Before you know it, what you are castigating, people are doing it, people are going there. And other universities are using it to make name. I think that is what pushed Senate of that time to say, okay, let us go into it. That is part of the objective that pushed OAU into this ODL. And now we can see how far we have gone. Our father, Professor Ashubojo, is there, and other people that have ruled that place. They did a lot of work, and they put all of us together, brought us together to do a lot of things, and here we are. We can say that that place, as former Vice Chancellor said, has become a university on its own, and the place is moving on. Well, right here now, we have a panel of experts. We are going to look at every So if Dr. Dio Olayungbo is there, please kindly join us here. We are expecting you to represent Professor Are Aji Safe. Dr. Aru Olayungbo, if you are in the audience, please kindly join us here. Okay. Now, the way we are going to go about it is that we look at the first intervention by Engineer Odedino. He raised several issues there. And whatever area that we feel that we should expand on or seek information about, we look at it. So I don't know if I should start with the female member of the panel, say female first, after men. So, madam.
Thank you very much. I like that statement, because when you said female first, I wanted to say after men. One of my professors taught me that. So please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. And I want to sincerely appreciate the director of the Distance Learning Center here for deeming it fit to put up such a thing like this, the inaugural one. And I will only appeal to all of us here present, including the Vice Chancellor and as many that will come after him, to keep up the tradition. You've started, you must have the second one, you must have the third one, you must have the fourth one. It must not be just one and it goes away. The tradition must be sustained. Now, based on what we have learned, what we have heard today, there are some things that we want to mention. It's a new reality. A new reality. Number one, we have been able to establish that deep and meaningful learning experience is not limited to face-to-face classroom, whatever, teaching. That you can actually learn and be who you want to be, contribute meaningfully to development, even if you earn your degree via open and distance learning mode. Another thing that I want to also say as a form of new reality here is that the growth of ODL, teaching via ODL, open distance and e-learning mode, has been unprecedented, has been amazing, has been transformational. And I want to say it's unstoppable. Please don't stop in front of the train. You cannot stop it even. It's unstoppable. I'm from University of Lagos. One of the mantra we have there is the future is online. And that is the thing. You cannot kill it. You can't do anything, about it. Since we have information and communication technologies, you can do so many things. Apart from that, I want to say this, that the paradigm shift that we see in the delivery of ODL is characterized by some of the things that both the first keynote speaker focused attention on and the second one, characterized by flexibility, inclusivity. There must be fairness. I didn't hear fairness in what both of them said. Fairness in the sense that nobody should be put at a kind of disadvantageous, level, or should be screened out. Once you show the willingness to learn, there must be a way to bring you in. It's very important. The aspect of fairness and social justice, we must not allow it to go away. It's equal opportunities for all. Even if we see there may be a kind of perception that you are not measuring up. There must be a way that the institute, the university can bring up a kind of education for you that you can learn, certificate, diploma, something that can enhance you. If you say education is a scam, it is not. If you are a fashion designer, something can be designed so that it will enhance your ability to work well as a fashion designer. So that incorporates the aspect of fairness, inclusivity, social justice, and the fact that you must bring everybody, on top. One of the things that I also want to mention is this, is in the area of paradigm shift in the pedagogy. Is very important. Paradigm shift in the pedagogy as far as ODL is concerned. There is what we call objectivity paradigm, where we focus attention on the traditional ways, where it's only the lecturer, the traditional ways of teaching. We have the subjectivity, paradigm also that takes into consideration the learner's experience. The traditional one, focuses attention on teacher doing everything. Gone are the days. Teachers must facilitate now. Even not only the ODL mode, even the main one, the face-to-face, it is outdated if you come to class and you start dictating to your students and you start saying, okay, let me photocopy my notes and all that. The world has gone beyond this. The new global competitive environment that we are in does not permit this. So what ODL is doing, if you've not keyed into it, you are sitting on the fence as a lecturer, you are saying you don't want to join the ODL train. You are only deceiving yourself. You are only putting yourself at a disadvantaged level, because even the face-to-face, this is the way to go. In some faculties in the institution where I come from, some of these things, learning management system and all that, many of them, my cousin, my niece is with me, living with me, studying mathematics. I can count the number of times she goes to class. Most of the things online. Computer science, everything online. Yet, she's not ODL, she's not a she's not a student of Distance Learning Institute. You conduct examination online through Google and all that. And that is why, as many of us that have not caught the vision of ODL, we should do it now. Whatever training that they are giving, we should be part of it, because it makes life easy for each and every one of us. And the fact that we must not be on the fence, we must be able to give back. Gone are the days where teacher, only teaches. You are the only one talking in the class. Now, the era has been to the fact that we must facilitate. Facilitation, both at the face-to-face and mainly also through the ODL mode. And also the subjectivity paradigm shift in the delivery, centered, focuses on the fact that we must incorporate the ideas of learners. Gone are the days where you don't learn. I like what Professor Shotusa, did. Many of us were too proud to come down, to the level of the students. We don't come down, to apologize when we know that we erred. We can learn from these Gen Zs. We can learn from this new generation that are coming up. So they are exposed to so many things through technologies and all that. So the paradigm shift, that subjectivity approach, which incorporates their experience, we must be part of it. That is why the facilitation is very important. We must guide them. We know by experience that, yes, we are more than them. In a way, we've seen the world before them and all that. If they are wrong, we try to just guide them as to what to do. Now, one thing that the complexivity approach also, we have that one which focuses attention on the interaction of the social environment, the learning environment, and whatever the pedagogical aspect, whatever cognitive, presence is very important. It incorporates all this. Now, what are the future things? What's the future in this? What should we focus attention on? And I like the fact that the moderator started by addressing what the commissioner said. I put it down here, that don't let me forget. I put it down. Thank you that you really address it. I want to say this, that it is not that ODL, that we have dull people. That what he said was overgeneralization. Overgeneralization. That, you can see bad students even in old face-to-face. I can tell you that in the University of Lagos, where I am from, the present the dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, finished his education through ODL. We have many of them in the system like that pass through the Distance Learning Institute. What do you want to tell me? Will you tell them, are they dull people? Are they inferior? No, parity of esteem, and when you see them, you will know. And in the Department of Economics, where I'm domiciled, you've seen that some students will finish through Distance Learning Institute, they will join Department of Economics, and they will top their class, first class. How do you explain that? So it was overgeneralization, and I thank you for mentioning that, so that people will not go home with the idea that, distance learning, and all that. No. It's rigorous, it's tedious. It's only the people that can, withstand the rigor that we complete it. And when they complete it, you have to salute them. And that explains the reason, at the last convocation in University of Lagos, a 61-year-old man, made first class. Everybody in the class, everybody testified that he worked for it. He worked for it. Even in discussion, when you engage him, you know that this person worked for it. So I really want to thank you for that. Now, the future, what do we have to look for in the future? What is the direction, future direction? Please, as many of us that are in this field, we need to focus attention on the fact that we must make ODL, learning through ODL, a worthwhile experience. It is not just coming to learn, but when you learn, what are you to give back to the system? In what way are you going to make sure that your country is better off, so that it will not just end as if you have come to receive certificate? It is not a certificate issue now. What can you do to your society? How can you make your society better is very important. As we teach, we need to incorporate that in whatever we are doing. Another part, and I will so that I will give others to talk, is the fact that we must co-create or establish what you call a communities of inquiry. Communities of inquiry in ODL is a framework where we collaborate to learn, and we learn to collaborate. That's what that community inquiry is talking about, where the teaching combines with the social experience, the cognitive, and all that. And every one of us has one or two things to bring to the table where we collaborate to learn and bring about positive changes in our environment, and also we learn to collaborate. No man is an island. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for that beautiful intervention. Well, we move on because we don't want to keep people here indefinitely. I want Professor Afolabi to engage this area, the centeredness of technology in ODL. Without technology, ODL cannot thrive. And, even when we are talking about challenges here and there, most of the challenges are revolved around technology, deployment of right technology. And you are a professor of computer science, so what can you tell us in this area vis-a-vis what presentations we have had?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to remain on the protocol that has been established. Now, I had a conversation in my class yesterday, very interesting conversation. I was teaching information retrieval, and I was making reference to the library. And I asked the class, how many of you have been to the library? And the response I got was that the last time I was in the library was when I went to register in the library. Now, and I looked at them and I laughed. And I said, the last time I used the library was 2007 too. I've been to the library, I go to the library mainly for meetings, nothing more. So, how did I study? How did I research? How did I publish all the things that I've published? And I said, well, my phone, my system, the network, the internet connectivity that I have in my office, I do all of every resource that I need, every resource that we all need is somewhere available on the internet. I want to say that and say it again. I remember when I was trying to convince a professor of economics that online is the way to go, and the person was asking me, how do you teach econometrics? And I said, sit down, sir. And I went online, and I did a small search, and I brought out videos, more than 200 videos on econometrics, and I showed him, can you teach econometrics better than this person? Now, where am I going to? Technology is here to stay. Technology is here with us. Some of us are immigrants, and we have the digital natives. I bought a phone some times back, and I was still trying to look for the manual to configure the phone to use. My 3-year-old son then got there, configured the phone. The phone was working before I came back with the manual. And that is who they are. That's what they are. That's why I'm happy that Professor Shosusa gave the example of the young man who was busy with his phone in the class. I'm going to tell this story so that we can understand where we are. There was a class that was going on some few years back, and I was on the corridor. And I heard the students making noise in the class. And I walked by, and I saw that there was a lecturer in front, teaching, trying to dictate notes, and yet these people were making noise. And I walked in and I asked them, why are you making noise? Why are you not listening to this lecturer? And one of them told me, don't worry, what she's dictating is in Wikipedia. Right there, the moment she started the lecture, they had Googled and they saw that it was on Wikipedia. So, and since they saw it was word for word, they can as well go and read it. They don't need you if you are not careful. If as a lecturer you are not staying a step ahead, they don't need you. And the time where the sage on the stage is gone. We don't have sage on the stage anymore. We have collaborative engagement. What you know is a fraction of what these kids know. The only thing is that what you are supposed to do, like the director from Unilag said, is to facilitate, help them harmonize that knowledge, help them stay focused on that knowledge. Bring them. The technologies, the world is award to technologies that we can use to solve almost every problem. There was a time that we were looking for projectors to project our lectures, right? We need to project lectures. Nowadays, I send my lectures to my students, the PowerPoints, I send it to them weeks ahead. And we come to class and we discuss. You ask me questions, I tell you what to do. Look at Professor Shosusa's presentation today. How many of us were not engaged? Especially with the Foriro and the Kokores. You are forced to engage with her because she went out of the normal system. She actually prepared. She actually prepared for this lecture. Do you understand? And that's where Odl is taking us to. We need to appropriate technology properly. At a point in time, my student called me Mr. Gadget because I was always coming up with one gadget or the other to enhance my teaching. Everywhere I go to, when I'm traveling and I have my bag with me, I have every tool that I need to deliver my lecture properly. The world has, everything is at your beck and call. There is no textbook you are looking for. Oh, I'm not saying that you should go and be using pirated textbook. But there's no textbook you are looking for. If you search properly on the net, you will get a copy. There is no topic you are going to teach. If you search properly on the internet, you will get a slide. Something somewhere that you can adapt to do your own class. Now, one of the things is that these students are more, there's this hunger in them. They demand more than we are giving. We must give them, must meet them at that point of need. Dr. Odediran mentioned a number of sites that where you can go to for materials, where you can go to for a number of things. The technologies are available around us. I would like to conclude by saying that one of the things that is important here is that as deliverers of education, as facilitators, we need to become conversant with what we can do even with our phone. I have seen lecturers on this campus using WhatsApp to lecture, Telegram to lecture. Oh, you can start from there. It's not compulsory that it has to be the heavy
Google Scholar,
the heavy technology that you are deploying. All of us, there's not a single person that I know now that does not have a smartphone. Every one of us will use this smartphone. There are things we can harness from this smartphone. The technology is here. We are not looking for. In fact, the technology is going faster than we can use it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that beautiful intervention. Well, quickly, we're going to give the audience, a chance to just ask one or two questions. But Dr. Monde, there is this particular challenge that I don't want us to forget about ODL. Now, we have a single market, and we are all there competing. We have this challenge in OAU that I'm aware of. People say our program is too standard, too tedious, and before you know it, students are no longer coming. They go to other neighboring, institutions where they feel things are easy. How do we remain, afloat? Because if you say your own is 5 years, you have an institution that will design theirs for 3 years, and that is where students will go. If you say you want them to do this and they feel that this one is too, they go elsewhere. So it's a challenge. How do we, manage that challenge so that we we give quality, not at the expense of reducing,
Thank you very much, sir. I stand on the established protocol. I'm representing the coordinator, Dr. T.Y. Ayola, from the Department of Management and Accounting. I want to first of all draw this that CDL has really helped to expand our boundaries in accounting. Because in accounting, we have more than needed students. We have so many students. The current Part 4 in accounting, they are up to 454 students, just in one level, Part 4. And so, more people are applying. So CDL now decided to help us to accommodate them. And the standard is the same. I've been a program coordinator since 2012. The standard the lecturers will use on campus in the face-to-face program is the same lecturer in the CDL. And I want to tell you that the first set that we produced, we had 3 first class in the first set. Till today, we are still producing first class. And many of them have come back to do masters. Some of them have traveled out to do their masters. So the standard, that matter within the department and also in connection with that of the university. That's one challenge. The second challenge we have in that program, particularly in my own area of accounting, is that so many students, even within the university, really don't know what CDL is offering. I'm talking of our students because I'm a staff advisor also of the association. There are some of them that when you tell them about, in short, but now they are getting a little of it. Before if a student comes around, because we told the students in CDL, presently we are preparing for IAS IFE Accounting Summit 7.0, which will be coming up in 2 weeks' time. We'll normally tell them, please attend the Accounting Summit, where you will have practical applications of accounting, and you will learn so much about accounting, finance, and management. Sometimes when the students get to the university, they get to the department, and they tell others, we're in CDL. You see the way others, the face-to-face students, will react to them. So the publicity and the knowledge should be increased so that students in the campus will understand. Look, many students will even leave the CDL program and they will run after some small programs around. They are doing the programs there. So if we increase the publicity of it and then look at the number of years, I know that even with the 5 years, they tend to be faster than us because of the strike. When we have 8-month strike, the CDL program will be going on. At the end of the day, the CDL will be 1 year ahead. Even with the 5 sessions, they will be 1 year ahead of the normal program. That we have to wait for the candidate with matric number 001 so that we can bring CDL, because you cannot bring CDL whose number starts from 4 or 6 something to present before the Senate. So the CDL program, even with the 5 years, is still faster than the normal program. But to take care of the challenges, we will need to increase the publicity. I was expecting that as soon as I come in, I will have so many of the students within the university who have their friends. Some have been withdrawn. I bet they are interested in still doing programs in OAU, but they don't know much about the CDL. I was expecting I would see so many of them here. Some time ago, I went somewhere, and somebody put up an advert there. He said, if your CGPA is sinking, call this number. That was an alternative program in Modakeke area there. They were running it. And so many students are going there because they are running it in collaboration with some universities in Benin Republic. And before you know, they're already serving. So if they know much about CDL and the standards that we are holding in CBL, I'm sure they will be part of the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, now the members of the audience, we can take 1 or 2 interventions. If you have any question or any comment that you want to give. Okay, madam. Check. Okay, that's Professor Ajayi, Professor Anna Ajayi. Check. Please, can you give her a microphone?
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to stand on the existing protocol. I appreciate the panel for the job well done. But I want to comment on what Professor Babalola said at the beginning of the discussion, okay? I wouldn't want us to go home with the same the view concerning part-time. ODL has come to stay. Part-time is also another program that should not be run down. What the commissioner said, I did not agree with this at all. As you have said, as Madam said, it is an overgeneralization. Many lecturers today also pass through part-time, and they are really doing well. So we should not, at the same time, run down part-time. The students that maybe Commissioner referred to might have done the part-time maybe in these sub-universities. Universities like OAU, Ibadan, Lagos, and so on, we still have the same standard in those places. So part-time is another mode, and it should still continue as well. Thank you very much.
Of course, ma'am. Thank you for that. Well, I never meant to run down part-time. You know, I was only drawing some comparison, but what you have said is correct, because I'm also involved in part-time, so I will not run it down at all. Yeah, Professor Ido, Professor Lanre Ido, HOD, Educational Technology. Is that Professor Lanre Ido? Ah, you look like him. All right, your intervention, sir.
I stand on existing protocol. My name is Tola Adegoke. I work with you.
Former seats, if we do not have any other thing, we can go on and on and on and on, but I think we have learned 1 or 2 things. Thank you very much. We're grateful.
Can we put our hands together for them as they return to their normal seats? In a few moments, we will invite the Dramatic Arts and Music Department for their cultural presentation. It's just going to take a couple of minutes. Immediately after the dance by the Dramatic Arts Department, Professor F.O.I. Ashobioju will step forward for his acceptance speech for his award, and then we will do a couple of more awards and then call it a day. In another 25 to 30 minutes, we should be leaving the hall. So can I please ask that you please exercise a little more patience? We will soon be done. The Dramatic Arts Department, quickly.
OAU, CDL, and our great IFE students. Well, I could be quite emotional today because that this is happening before my very own eyes. We have to thank the founding fathers of OAU, the people who were at the Senate of OAU in the year 2002, who established the Obafemi Awolowo University Center for Distance Learning. For their vision, what we are seeing today, they had seen as far back as 2002, where the first objective of setting up the center was to bring education to the reach of people outside the campus. And when we got to the center, I would say, see, everything that has is good also has its bad. I would say what part of what has delayed the evolution of proper distance learning, open and distance learning in IFE, was the pre-degree program, because we are making a lot of money from it. So that did not allow us to put the emphasis that we should have put on open and distance learning. So, but thank God, you see, as far back, when I hear that some people are ahead of OAU in open and distance learning, my heart bleeds, because we are the first university to be granted approval by the NUC to run open and distance learning in the dual mode in the entire country. And that was as far back as, I think, 2013. We had a road walk. Incidentally, somebody sent me a picture of that road walk, I think 2013, where we are trying to sensitize the OAU community to open and distance learning. We went to Institute of Tropical Agriculture to hold a workshop. We went to Victoria Island. Which hotel did we use, to espouse the advantages of open and distance learning? Because when I first got to Moro as the director, I went to the Open University of the United Kingdom. I saw a university that had 450,000 students. I asked where are the lecturers. I couldn't find any. I went to the Michigan Virtual University in the United States. Close to 1 million students. You couldn't find, whether students or lecturers on campus. So, as far back as that time, many of us had seen that the future for education is this. But thank God for COVID. Maybe with COVID, that really opened the eyes of many to the advantages of open and distance learning. And it has gone beyond just education. In the workplace now, there is the variant of open and distance learning. All my children, where they are working virtually. And that is, a whole lot of the young ones there, when they go out to work, most of them will really not be working in traditional offices. So we thank God, it's never too late. So I have to thank those who are taking over from us at the Center for Distance Learning, successive directors and staff of the Center for Distance Learning at Moro, for keeping, for holding the fort and having this program that we're having here today. And I really thank the management and staff of the Center for Distance Learning Moro, and of course the management of Obafemi Awolowo University for deeming it fit to give me this honor today, which I cherish so much. I was told I was just going to give a keynote address. Nobody told me that I was going to receive any honor. But all the same, I really thank you very much. So, all I can say is thank you, thank you, thank you, and please keep on the good work you are doing. God bless you all.
Professor Odl Summit, one of the academic headers there, is a working library. A working library, sir, you will live much longer. You are highly appreciated, sir. Unto whom much is given, much is expected. We want to appreciate our speakers for today. And we have no doubt that all of us have benefited from their pool of wisdom today. May I humbly invite Engineer Kayode Odedina to please come forward to receive his award. The University administration will be represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Bola Babalola, will please come forward to do justice to it. May I have, don't give it to. The director, where are you?
Okay. On behalf of the Center for Distance Learning, Obafemi Awolowo University, there is nothing we can give, sir, to pay for all that you have done for us today. We sincerely appreciate you. So as a token, we are giving this award of recognition to you, Engineer Kayode Odedina, at the Open and Distance Learning Summit held today at this prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University Oduduwa Hall. We thank you, sir, for everything you have done, and we hope that anytime we call on you, you oblige us your presence. And since you are in AUC, we need you more than ever before. You always attend to all our requests. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, please hold on. Director Emma Bombi, so that come along. Yes, sir. Deputy Director, please come on. Okay, the chairman of the LOC. Yes, thank you very much. Then to a distinguished academic of international standing. For those who have been following the trend of events, you will agree with me that when the second speaker was speaking, instead of her to make use of the stage, she made sure that she stood virtually from here to this place, very perpendicular to where the husband is. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Mobolanle Ebonloa Shotunsa. Now please come forward. Edu Sibiba. That dear mama, don't worry, mama. My DVC, the director.
This PRO is an international PRO. Yes. His expertise, goes beyond OAU. Yes. Okay. Okay, maybe Daddy will receive it on your behalf since you are busy. So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simeon Bamire, we present this award of recognition to you, ma'am, Professor Mobolanle Shotunsa, for the beautiful presentation. I was told that I missed a lot. I missed a lot because I was not there when she was doing this presentation. So yes. So we present this to appreciate you for the beautiful and the brilliant presentation. Thank you, ma. And we appreciate Professor Shotunsa. He did not follow her here because our men, they would not like to be following the women. But she accomplished Professor Shotunsa to this place. Thanks for coming with her, not following her. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Okay.
On that note, please, everybody remains there. Mommy, I make an announcement. Daddy, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The resources, the PowerPoint, the full paper, and a list of links to research on ODL is available on the link that you scanned. So you can take it, you can download it, and you can have it. Thank you very much.
Camera. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We started this program, We started the program and the Lord has been very gracious unto us. The Lord did not allow the nurses or the medical doctors here to perform their enterprise on us, which means no casualty, no accident, no victim. May I request for the vote of thanks to appreciate all of us. Then the anthems will be in reverse order. The Great Fair Anthem and the Old New National Anthem. The center, Mr. Theo Fanino, Administrative Secretary, Center for Distance Learning, OAU. I thought you would clap for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, riding on the already established protocol, I, Theo Faniron, on behalf of the management of the university, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Adebayo Simon Bamire, the Chairman Governing Board, Professor Mrs. Olubola Babalola, the Director Center for Distance Learning, Professor Okiowade, the Chairman Local Organizing Committee, Professor Tayo Obada, and the entire committee. I want to seize this opportunity to appreciate every one of us present here, the students of the Obafemi Awolowo University, the ODL students, and other students who are here present. I want to thank the guest speakers that are here, Engineer Dr. Odedino. Thank you for the powerful presentation. And Professor Mrs. Soto-san, we thank you for coming and for the enlightening presentation. We really enjoyed it. I also want to thank the Attorney General of the Osun State, represented by Barrister Oladini. Thank you very much for your support. And then the Commissioner for Education, who has left us, that is Mr. Eluwole. We thank you also. We want to also thank all the supporting staff, the cameramen, the reporters, those people who got this place cleaned. We want to thank everyone for your presence, and then the University Public Relations Officer for his support, guidance, and advice, especially in setting up the stage and for every other activities. I also want to thank other deans of faculties that were here, the HODs, the members of the governing board, Professor Oluyemi, thank you, Professor Afolabi, Professor Eto Babalola, Professor Bisiriyu, Dr. Monday, and Mr. Tola Adegoke, Lenflo representative here. Engineer Komi Adewara, we thank you very much. The former librarian, Dr. Ogutuase, we thank you very much. And every other persons that are present here, then most especially the Dean, Faculty of Science, for declaring today as a lecture-free day for the students of Faculty of Science. Please, a round of applause for him. So he has been a partner to the Center for Distance Learning. Anytime we call on him, he always supports us. Thank you very much. Then, for your presence, the Director, Distance Learning Institute, Covenant University, we say welcome and we thank you very much. So, like we have all listened and we have enjoyed all the presentation, and then we should know and take this home. According to the World Economic Forum, research suggests that on average, students retain 25 to 60% more material when learning online compared to only 8 to 10% in a classroom, which means what we have done today, we have really tried to impact knowledge. And according to the Sustainable Development, the number 4 of it, which says that ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Sustainable development is how we must live today if you want a better tomorrow. So by meeting the present needs without compromising the chances of future generations to meet their needs, in the words of Peter Broham. Education makes a people easy to lead, but difficult to drive, easy to govern, but impossible to enslave. On this note, I want to appreciate every one of you as we are bringing this summit to close for 2024. We wish you journey messages back to your various places. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you.
And please, before we leave, please let's be seated, please. I want to beg all of us. The DVC, please, I want to appeal to you, ma. Our guest speakers, please, I want to appeal to you, Daddy, and all our guests here, all the students here. Please, can you just graciously give me 5 minutes for a talent? The lady is on this program, but inadvertently she was omitted. Please, just 5 minutes, so that the labor, the rehearsal will not be in vain. Please, I'm begging. Young lady, now please come forward. Valentua Ashake.
Ìbà la kọ́ ṣe ká tó ṣe rẹ̀, ìbà Ọlọ́run ìbà ènìyàn, èmi ti júbà, ẹjọ́ yẹ mí o. Ìbà mo kọ́ ṣe kí n tó ṣe rẹ̀, ìbà Ọlọ́run ìbà ènìyàn, èmi ti júbà, ẹjọ́ yẹ mí o. Ìbà lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè ọba kọ́dá ayé ọba ṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run ọ̀yẹ̀yẹ̀ tí yẹnu ọpọlọ ẹ̀dá wò. Kábíyèsí èmi ọmọ ṣàpọ́nlé Elédù tó máa re ọba tó bí àrò. Èmi forí balẹ̀ fọlọ́run ọba àríwálà alálẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀run àdìgún sánmọ̀. Paríparí ọlá ibùgbé ògo ọba tí ń bẹ láàrin ìwà ọba pani ọba jíní ọba fúnni tó tún lè gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹni. Àríwálà mo forí balẹ̀ fọlọ́dù tó máa re. Ìbà ọmọdé ilé o, ìbà àwọn àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ o, àdáṣe ní ìwọ̀n ìbà kò gbọ́dọ̀ ń mọ ènìyàn. Ìbà pẹ́tẹ́ ọwọ́ o, ìbà pẹ́tẹ́ ẹsẹ̀, ìbà kíní tó dórí kodò tí ó sùn mí bá yá mọ̀ pọ́ tó dórí kodò tí ó ṣẹ̀jẹ̀. Àṣàkẹ́ mo forí balẹ̀ fájú ní lọ gbogbo ẹni tá a jọ jẹ́ gbẹ́ mo rí yín mo lù yín lọ́gọ̀ ẹnu. Ẹni dúró ẹkú dúró ẹni bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹkú bẹ̀rẹ̀ èèyàn tó wà lórí ìjòkó ń kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ àgbọ̀dí ìdè wa. Yorùbá ni mí, Yorùbá ni mí, Yorùbá ni mí ní ìran mi. Ọmọ Yorùbá ṣá ni mo jẹ́, àṣà Yorùbá ń bẹ lára mi. Ọmọ Yorùbá ò ẹ̀sùn mọ́ bí, ọmọ Yorùbá ò kájọ sọ̀rọ̀ o. Yorùbá ni mí, Yorùbá ni mí, Yorùbá ni mí ní ìran mi. Ọmọ Yorùbá ṣá ni mo jẹ́, àṣà Yorùbá ń bẹ lára mi. Ọmọ Yorùbá ò ẹ̀sùn mọ́ bí, ọmọ Yorùbá ò kájọ sọ̀rọ̀ o. Èrò kẹ́rẹ́ lu Ifẹ̀, èrò kẹ́rẹ́ lèmi o. Ajé ọjà Ufẹ̀, èrò kẹ́rẹ́ lèmi o. Ifẹ̀.
Thank you very much. Two. Esheun, thank you very much for the indulgence here. Hello, two. We want to appreciate you for granting us this indulgence here. Before we sing the national anthem, the wife of the director of the Center for Distance Learning is here. I wouldn't want a situation where the director will go home and he will be hungry. If he falls down, you will think that he's falling under the anointing. You will not know that he's hungry. The woman that is taking care of him is here. Mrs. Alice Abimbola Awade. Madam, where are you? Please, can we continue to clap for her as she's coming down? Madam Abo. Emma Abo. Honestly, they've just given me your name now. It is not the fault of your husband. It is fault of me, myself. Go and sit near the DVC academic there. Yeah, I wanted you. Shall we stand for the anthem, Jerry? Africa's most beautiful campus. Let's go. Great fair, Africa's most beautiful. We are conscious, vigilant, progressive, and luther against all oppression. Forward ever, but backward never, for learning and culture, sports and struggle. Great fair, all right. There's only one great fair. Great fair. The old new national anthem. Let's go. Nigeria, we heard our own native land. The tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria is ours, I'm proud to serve the sovereign motherland. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Okay.